Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, November the 6th, the end of a tumultuous week. I don't know if it's the end, but I have to see what next week brings. However, welcome, first of all, to the trading room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? So I want to take a look at a couple. Well, there's SunPower. SunPower is just ripping here. Take a look at the solar index. Again, if you follow the U.S. elections, you probably know why this is starting to move here, as well as MJ. MJ continues. There's the marijuana index. MJ continues, as does TAN. So these are two sectors, of course, which are, I'll just call them political. So. But they are just ripping right now. So you want to take part in the in a solar, without taking a look necessarily at a specific stock. There's SPWR though. SPWR, had a nice gap yesterday and it's continuing. And our friends, the XPEV. Look at XPEV now. This is challenging NIO for a high. NIO is a little bit weaker. XPAV though is up. LI is up. And my dark horse, KNDI, is up. Okay, now this hit a high after hours yesterday of 974. And so you've heard me talk about this. Maybe you're getting tired of my talking about it, but this is the one that, if it's one of the Chinese autos, EV. It's a relatively inexpensive one in terms of the car itself. It's a low float and it's just completely lagged the other ones. The other ones were IPOs, a lot of big names behind them, so that's one reason. But I still, if that sector just keeps moving the way it looks like it is, this has a lot of room to go. That's the candy. Now, there are other things happening. Let's take a look at Fetch, FTCH. Big investment by Baba, FTCH. Big pop up here for FTCH. It looks like it's about a $1 billion investment in BASA. In Fetch by Baba, BABA. And the aforementioned cannabis sector, so ACB, which was a real star yesterday, had earnings, and I have no idea if the earnings were good or not. I don't think it really matters. What matters is that the whole sector is just on fire right now. FTSI. So their news is that they say they've completed a reorganization and they should be out of Chapter 11 by the end of November. Very, very low float, guys. Very low float. 3.5 million in the float. Now it did hit $7. It is pulled back. Just have to wait to see what happens once this market opens. This could be a crazy one. It is pulled back quite a bit. But I remember the one yesterday that, kind of did the same thing. Pulled back, and then all of a sudden, once the market opened, it exploded. I'm not saying that's going to happen with this one. The other issue is the 200-day moving average is right there, 729, so it almost got to it this morning. GLUU, GLUU, earnings play. Nice gap up, holding the gap. And just over the whole number, if it can maintain, over that whole number, it's got some room on the weekly chart. Big gap down for GBT. GBT, look at this, 33%, and it's an earnings play on earnings. This is a huge gap down. It's almost as if something else happened, though, too. No, it's just, down 32% after Q3. Guess their drug is Oxbrita. Oxbrita sales trail the estimate of what that they thought they would do. So they're getting slapped for that one. Look at this, down 33%. EPZM. is it's a little gap down, another gap down on earnings. Look at this gap, EPZM, big gap down on earnings. Another one to keep an eye on. I almost took this in the pre-market. Didn't quite get my price. Probably a good thing now, but we'll see. Mogo, 18 million in the float, company out of Vancouver, my hometown. And I guess their news is that they're now accepting Apple, Google, and Samsung Pay. Okay, so that is the news for Mogo. Here's another huge gap down, ASMB, another drug. Look at this one. I mean, the other one we thought was terrible, but this is 60% down. You know, again, for those of you who talk about how shorting is, we talked about this yesterday. I mean, if you think that going long some of these things, I mean, you wake up to something like this, I mean, it's devastating. So their drug, it's not, it's a drug, negative drug data. As opposed to, look at this one, AVTR. AVTR. So it's not that the gap up is so huge, but they've done a financing, and the financing's at, and one of these again that is above the financing price, 25.25. To me, the significance is the amount. 71, if I read that right, 71 million shares. So they're raising $1.8 billion in a financing. And investors are shrugging that off, saying, hey, I guess we like all the reasons why you're, excuse me, sorry guys, all the reasons why you are raising that money. That's a big, big financing, AVTR. Now here's another one that could get interesting. It's a very, very low float, SMLP. It will have to contend with that 200-day moving average, 114. It's an earnings play. Okay, they released earnings pre-market. So this is a little earnings play, but look at the room it's got. Coty, C-O-T-Y, another earnings play. It's a big float for a $3 stock. That's why I'm not too enthused by it, but you know, nice gap up, 14%. 1.5 million shares traded already. And here's XPEV. I mentioned XPEV a little earlier. XPEV, what a gap! Another gap. What a month! I mean, remember this was $20. This is almost a double in 5 trading days. That's why I'm somewhat fixated on the candy. EQ, let's see if this one can, this is another low floater, EQ, they released some positive interim data. I remember this 4 months ago. Look at this one, got up to 27. It was crazy. A little more expensive one, for those of you who don't mind playing these more expensive ones. There's EA, Electronic Arts, a gap down on earnings. So guys, you notice what I've done is I've sorted on the earnings column right here. The ones that are up, the ones that are down. Look how many, this is sort of the last day of big earnings. Okay, everything that's minus 0.25 and 0.25, they either released after hours yesterday or they released this morning. Same thing here. Look at all the earnings plays that are popping up in the pre-market. Sort of bid the earnings season adieu after today. Keep an eye on space also. I like the look at this daily chart for space. SPCE is a nice gap up. I don't know if there's any specific news on it, but Cowan, maybe some analysts are looking at this one now. But look at the void here on the daily chart. It's a big float. Let's see if it gets over 20, because I mean that's a nice area to try to fill in. Let me see if I can quickly answer. I'm not sure we have the 10 SMA, but let me just see. Yeah, okay. So just use this one to change from the 10-day SMA percent. Okay, so if you put a negative, any sort of a negative number, you add that filter, put any sort of a negative number in here, it'll be below the 10 SMA on a daily chart. Okay, any sort of a negative number like minus, 0.00001, that means the candle will be below. All right, Esther? So, wasn't quite sure if we had that filter. So again, guys, if you just want to, you don't want to pick a specific stock, there's MJ, and it's through the 200-day. There is the ETF for the cannabis sector. If you don't want to pick a specific stock, but they're all, I'm listening to them right here, Tilray. Give me one moment here as I try to find, there we are. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. There is it's an earnings play. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and down. Look, I mean, these marijuana stocks are just ripping here. How's TAN doing? That's the solar index, solar ETF. All right, just a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Oh, man. We have a few downgrades, but we sure have a lot of upgrades this morning. Let's see, I get a few of them in. Cron, guys, is just, I keep hearing it. It's on my text to voice. It keeps making these TLRY, Cron, making new highs. Haven't even checked Canopy. I'm sure it's up also. Hey, maybe TLRY can get back up to 300. Ha ha. Few more to go, guys. Few more upgrades to go. There, right now I'm hearing CGC. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I've got some of the downgrades. Well, we have... No, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. It's not. It's earnings on Monday. Yes, sorry, I read that wrong. I thought it was earnings today. Guys, I've asked them to put a different color. I think the color should only be red if it's earnings after hours yesterday and pre-market today. But that's my fault. All right, let me get some of the, E-gap is an earnings gap. That's I post this stuff in Twitter, so I can't, if I spell out earnings, I'll yeah, as you know, in Twitter you only have a certain number of characters, so that's why I abbreviate to E-gap. Okay, guys, just a few more up or downgrades to go. I'm just trying to see if I see any multiple downgrades, meaning different analysts have downgraded the same stock. Don't see any. All right. Oh yeah, I know you've always had to purchase live data. A data stream from IB, yes. Yeah, the PLTR is also on the move here. I watched it this morning. When I woke up, I saw this. I thought, okay, this is kind of interesting. But boy, it's had a nice run again. This is the direct to market IPO. It really has kind of underperformed, but you know this week, of course, it is really starting to move. PLTR. Another one, guys, has a wow. I mean, this is just look at this cannabis play. This is an all-time high right now, just taking out the high of last month, which it did yesterday, but it's continuing. GRWG. Oh, I have no idea. Are you talking about how many shares, or I have no idea. You know that actual number, but you know, 10 is definitely an area that if Tilray can somehow get over it, you know, don't know if it's going to do it today, but maybe next week and continue to try to gain back some of its respectability. All right, let me just see if anything else is sneaking in. Okay, there's the ASMB continues. It's sort of leveling out now. Now this could be the interesting one for the bounce play, guys. We've seen this. You know, we saw this last week, I guess, with the TCDA and some other drug stocks that get just hammered. I mean, this is down 60%. And then, you know, they have a little rally. You know, just traders look at this and it's not a big float, 31 million in the float. So I'm not saying it's going to rally. I don't have a crystal ball. It's not that good. But we've seen this before with drug stocks that get just absolutely hammered. Especially the cheaper ones when they get down to this level. You know, traders just look at this and go, you know, it's basing, why not take a little? And again, that's not what I'm saying is going to happen. All right. What time is it right now? 9:24. Okay, so quickly, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, and yesterday I had 3 unbelievable percentage winners out of, I think I had 8 or 9 stocks in there. I mean, the other ones, some did all right also, but I think we had 3 that were just unreal. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down in the repeating version, just click on from the toolbar, click New, Channel Bar, and me, Barry's watch list. All right. Remember, everything in here is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, because if you click on anything in here, your layout will be replaced. And as always, nothing will appear in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on any alerts right here until 9:45. Look at the SPY. Yeah, the SPY has rallied. Or actually positive. So the SPY at one point was, it was off a little bit, but it's rallied now. You know, maybe, I don't know the specific reason, but Maybe it's due to the election. Maybe now there is a, I don't know if there's anything such, I don't hate to use the term clear winner, but as it gets closer and closer, the market does not like uncertainty. If you want to auto trade, you need a premium for anything. You need a premium service. You need the premium service. Okay, but you can always take the test drive if you want. All right, everybody. Man, oh man, what a week it's been. So a couple I'm keeping an eye on out of the gate. Mogo. Now, when I say out of the gate, doesn't mean I don't trade usually in the first 15 minutes. But for those of you who don't mind doing that, I mean, I would maybe put a price alert, 276. That's the high of Mogo. I mean, it still has a lot of room to run. It had some news. It's a low float, 18 million. Look. I mean, it's traded the float already. So I mean, this is going to be super, super active. It's not shortable for me. Not that I'm looking to short it, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know. So I mean, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. But this could, if this takes out the pre-market high, this could keep moving. And then the ASMB could be a bounce play. It looks like it may have. I mean, it's already bounced from 6 up to 640. Another cannabis play that is starting to, look at Kern. Now this is a real cheap one. I mean, low float, 7.6 million in the float. No for it, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, this trading room is completely apolitical. The only time we talk politics is in how it might affect the market. All right, so that's why I mean, you have to know why TAN is moving. You have to know why MJ is moving. If you follow the politics of it. So. Well, okay, I also, just before the market opens, which is going to open in less than 1 minute, excuse me, I'm just going to put the test drive link in. For those of you who are unaware of what I'm talking about. All right, so there's the test drive link. If you click on the test drive link, so this is what the test drive is all about. For $8.99, you'll get the access to our full premium service for 2 weeks. It starts on Monday. You'll actually have access to the program, excuse me, so that you can play around with it probably about a couple of hours after the market closes today. Then you can play around with it all weekend. Get set up for the test drive that starts on the Monday. And you'll start getting live data at 7 o'clock Monday morning, and it runs to the 20th. That's 2 full weeks. Also available, if you're a standard subscriber, you can upgrade to the premium service. It'll cost you the $8.99. And now we are open. So, wow, let's have a great end to this trading week. In my voice, I feel like I'm losing my voice. There we go. I can't remember. I don't think I mentioned GoPro. GoPro G Pro is an earnings play. I don't think I mentioned it. Look at this. I mean, it's a beautiful gap now. I mean, look at that gap for G Pro. Don't think I mentioned it. I know it's in my list. And there goes Candy. KNDI. I mean, it hit a pre-market high or after hours high of 970 something. 977 or so yesterday. And there goes Candy, guys. And there goes GoPro. Sorry, I forgot to mention it. I know it's on my list. I know it's in. It's got to be in the right there. Just forgot to mention it. Look at GoPro. GPRO is actually an earnings play. Look at Candy Go. KNDI. All right, we do have a halt now. PS just got halted. On the way down. So this got halted on the way down. It appears that this is an earnings play. They released earnings after hours yesterday. There was the reaction. And didn't really see it this morning. Not sure why. And it just got halted. PS just got halted. Now look at Cody. I'm surprised. Well, you know, I always say that, but I am a little surprised at the move for Cody. This is an earnings play. Now look at this. Look at the volume that just came in. It's an earnings play. I did not think it would be that dynamic because of the float, but look at this, Cody. COTY. And GoPro on earnings. What a beautiful. Look at that weekly chart. So if you're looking at this one, you're looking left. Well, it still has a lot of room. GoPro, and look at ACB. This is ahead of earnings. If it is nothing to do with earnings right now, let's take a look at the at MJ. A little pullback just before the market opened. Now look at MJ. Wow. Candy is KNDI, guys. And there's Glue Mobile. So Glue earnings play is starting to pull back somewhat. There's an interesting move for Geo. Keep an eye on Geo. It's right at the high of yesterday. It's interesting to me because again, this is what I would call a political stock. You know, privatization of prisons and all, which depending on what party's in power. And PLTR, guys, yeah, PLTR. So this, you know, you're looking for something like a kind of a longer term hold. Is that 13 yet? No, not quite, but Candy, candy, candy. I think if candy can somehow make its way through 10, maybe not today, but at some point, you know, there's that. It's just a psychological number to get through. Am I allowed to say? Well, I don't want to appear like I'm pumping it or anything. UTSI, but you've heard what I've said about candy. I know. I mean, that's all. I'm telling anybody to take the tray, but you've heard what I've said about it. Not if you saved everything, Chris. If you saved everything, all your voice alerts, etc., should be fine. The software upgrade would have nothing to do with that. Look at ASMB. So, guys, this is not bounced yet. But I'm definitely interested in this one later on in the day. See if this has any sort of a bounce in it. I mean, there's no support. Let's see. It's not in theory a lifetime low, but I have no idea where that would be. Well, I guess I could have an idea if I check. So, yeah, so we've got to go back to 2016, this area here. PS just opened. Well, the only thing you can do is go through each alert window, right click, and click on properties, actions, and you'll see what the sound is. If it's text to speech, it could be, you know, I mean, it's hard for me to know. I mean, this is the only one that I have text to speech, the basic new highs and lows. All right, so PS. So it opened. So it's an earnings play. Sort of strange. I mean, this is not that much action pre-market on it. I mean, it already had gapped down quite a bit. You know, this is release earnings after hours. There was the reaction right there. So you can see in that 30-minute chart. So there's the reaction after hours yesterday. Reaction this morning. Still down, but kind of, flattening out. Market opens and boom. You kind of wonder why didn't some of this happen here in the pre-market? Well, let's see now. I'm going to stick an alert. I mean, I'd be amazed if it got down here, but we'll see. I'm going to stick an alert around 5, just over 5 for ASMB. See if 5 holds it. Little one, Mankind, MNKD, is on the move a little bit here. Again, big float. 215 million in the float for a $2 stock, but it is on the move. Yeah, that has been some more boomage for candy. The market is starting to fade right now. After that nice little run up ahead of the open, starting to fade somewhat. All right, now this one, Candy, is just at the post-market high, I believe. I think it hit 975. Don't you dare short that, William. Just kidding. You do what you have to do. Yeah, there are not very many left at IB, 28,000 shares right now. Moving target. All right, well, okay, things have settled down a little bit. When I say that, I mean I'm not getting new alerts, voice alerts. Except I just got one for home. Ooh, look at home here. Keep an eye on TCDA, guys. This is one I missed yesterday. Again, this is what I was talking about. Now this, take a look at ASMB. Now where did it come from? It came from a lot higher, 15. When it got clobbered, all the way down to whatever it is now, 560 or so. So the TCDA didn't come from quite those. It came from about $8, but it got all the way down to 350, and it had a bounce on the day. A lot of us did play. Again, but this has had a tremendous run. I'm going to stick an alert at the high, just over 719 or so for TCDA, and see if it takes it out. Look at home, guys. Wow. No any specific reason for it. Not an earnings play, so okay, so Buttercup. Only two options with our charts. If you right click, go to properties, you see where it says symbol linking, you can either have it checked or not checked. So if it's checked, like I have all these time frames are checked, or I should say the time frame, the charts are all symbol linking checked. So that's why when I click on FTSI, they appear in all the charts, all right, as opposed to the SPY, which is unchecked. That's okay. I mean, it's not super intuitive. Oh, FTSE. Ah, man, FTSE just got halted. Sugar. Look at this pop from 450 to 528, so it just got halted. And it's a low float. This could do anything today. I mean, it's a low float. It's their news is that they are reemerging from bankruptcy by the end of the month. Just one moment, please. Here's another cannabis play, guys. This is, I think, to do more with CBDs, I think. And Bev, I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to call it a cannabis play. We have one of the scans that I share, G4, is the halts resumes, okay? One of the many scans that I'm sharing. You can find them few areas. Here's it. You can click on scans. They're all here. You can click on the room drive icon. Scans that I share. You can click on download and that will take you, put all those scans into a Word document where you can take a look at them more or less at your leisure. You can copy and paste a link that you might like, or if you go to links and you go to my homepage, Barry's homepage right there in the links, click on that. And here's another area where I'm sharing all my scans. Click here and here they are. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. One of them being the halt resumes. Meanwhile, true, another one that's just getting taken out here. So this is an earnings play also. If my eyes are correct, yeah, November 5th. So you're wondering, well, wait a minute, Barry, today's the 6th. I consider anything an earnings play that releases earnings after hours the day before, like it did, because that's when it really gets rolling the next day. And lots of activity. You know, obviously there's activity after hours, but the big activity is going to be when the market opens the next day. And FTSE resumed, FTSI resumed. Now, typically halts. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. They're just the way, you know, if it's a volatility halt, 95% of them are for 5 minutes. So you can see that's exactly what these are. Yeah, event trader, that email shouldn't have gone out. Check it around, give it at least an hour after the market closes today, okay? That was just, it should not have gone out like that. Sorry about that. Anybody who received the email, if you're part of the test drive and you received the email that your account is activated and all that, and you're wondering why nothing is happening, no, you won't get any, you'll be able to use the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes today, okay? I do apologize for that. So just give it about an hour after the market close. I mean, the test drive officially starts on Monday, of course, but we always have allowed access so that you can play around with the program over the, usually half a Friday. Well, once the market closes on Friday, and then over the weekend. It's just that email that went out. I know it's nothing I can do about that. Yeah, I mean, PLTR, guys, I mean, again, this is not advice. This is not investment advice. Well, there's the TCDA now, but this is not investment advice, but I know a lot of you are looking for potential swing trades. I mean, this this has all the trappings of one. I see exactly what you did there, Dreamer. You can't sneak that one by me. Yes. To answer your question, yes. Britek. All right, so there's the FTSE 538. Let's see what happens. It got halted. So there was the alert at 538. It did gap up after the halt up to 570. Let's see if it can maintain. All right, Mogo is not looking like it wants to do that much, but again, I'm putting an alert right up here. Boy, home is just getting. Is there some news on it that I'm just not seeing? It's not an earnings play. True and home. Oh, was it a financing? How come I'm not seeing a financing for it? Yeah, I'm checking my headlines. I just don't. I'm not disputing it. I just don't see it. I mean, that's a. Yeah, I just don't see it in my IB headlines, and I don't see it here. I mean, I see a filing. Filing but usually, I do see an Edgar filing. That was on the 3rd, but I just don't see. Usually, when it's a financing, it's pretty clear as a headline. But okay. Whoa, look at PLTR. I mean, I'm even interested in this now. Take something because I mean, this. If you don't know, just check the news on this company. The phrase that was often used is the much anticipated direct to IPO for PLTR, and it meant, it did nothing. And I also think, if memory serves me right, somebody's going to help me here. Wherever they came out at, it was quite a bit below where they thought they could, where the IPO that they thought they could do it at. It's a big float. Just give me a second here. That soon for Palantir, really? That'd be 6 weeks. That's pretty close. Or that's a short quiet period then. What one Stevie is talking about is that companies that do IPOs, usually the insiders are not able to sell their shares. I'm going to say typically 6 months. Well, okay, so if it's 6 months, then it's not certainly not up on on Monday. Typically, they're 6 months. They don't want, because all these insiders they've got super cheap shares, and so obviously they don't want the ability just to dump the shares on the market when they go public immediately. Now, it's not in theory, it's not in their best interest to do that either, because it'll destroy the stock price. But boy, what a let's see, 5 holes, guys. I mean, ASMB is at some point. At some point, I mean, they had a little bounce here, but I mean, at some point, you're going to get some traders that are just going to, test the market, see if they can find a bottom on this. Now, here was one from yesterday this was an earnings play from yesterday, ONCT, and it's continuing. Now, it will trigger, would have to get up to 443. It could. It will trigger in here because it has to take out yesterday's high. Morning, Real. Yeah, I mean, PS is good luck on that one, but PS is just kind of holding here. Yes, GPT, is it finally, yeah, maybe it's basing a little bit here. I mean, down 37%. It's actually an earnings play. I guess the estimate of whatever drug they've got fell quite a bit below sales. That the estimate. Look at this. I mean, yeah, 60. It's almost cut in half. Again, we got into a little bit of discussion about the perils of short selling and all. And I was saying, listen, you can get into you think going long is a piece of cake. I mean, look what can happen, especially with a drug company or an earnings play. Imagine waking up to that, especially after it had a nice little run ahead of earnings. I'm sure all these people here, they thought, okay, all right, the downward trend is over. And then they release earnings and boom. So I thought, isn't it amazing? You get all these headlines, and what was the headline? Was it Comcast and Walmart or something coming out with smart TVs, cheap smart TVs? So that was the end of Roku. That was it. All over. Forget it. Maybe you can, certainly that's interesting. Well, as I understand it, maybe I'm wrong because Roku is something that is not necessary for me. From what I understand, they have other revenue streams, but as I understand it, it basically just converts a non-smart TV into a sort of a semi-smart one. All the TVs built now, I'd say all of them, but most of them have got the smart. So you don't need a streaming device like Roku. Maybe I'm wrong. So that's why it made sense with Walmart coming out with a cheap smart TV. If I guess that would kind of forego the need for Roku. Maybe, I mean, Roku may, I don't know enough about it because I don't have the product. Maybe Roku has some of their own programming. I doubt it. Well, guys, I mean, my goodness, this is just, I don't know if five's going to hold ASMB. I mean, this is just getting really kicked here. CYH, guys, CYH. This had a, you know, talked about this well, right back here, breaking out sick, taking out six. Had a great run, a little pullback day a couple of days ago, and now back up, taking out yesterday's high. But for instance, real, I mean, I've got a smart TV, we'll call it. There's no need for my having Roku. I don't have to go and buy a Roku device. Well, I see TCDA guys just exploded when it took out yesterday's high. And I don't see any trades from the AI yet this morning. I don't see a halt for Biogen, but no, you're right. It is halted. It's not. No, it is halted. Again, had the huge news yesterday. Big, 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 big. Look at that day. Look at that daily candle yesterday. Gotcha. Okay. Listen, all I know is that when I bought my TV at Best Buy and I asked, do I need a Roku? He said, no. Do I have to buy? I also I didn't have to buy a Chromecast device, and it's all built in. Anyway, here's my monthly plug for Best Buy. Just watching the market here. So it looks like it's trying to base just a little bit here now. IRWD, guys, IRWD on the move here. And it has room. Look at that on the weekly chart. Wow, this has got some room also. It's a big float, but it's definitely moving. A lot of volume, 11 times normal volume for IRWD. I'm not hating on Roku at all. Not at all. I just, not at all. So I'm just responding to somebody in YouTube. I mean, to get really further off topic, I mean, most of, I don't know, it has to be in the States, most of the cable operators now, I mean, the two big streaming services, if I call them, obviously Netflix, I'm going to put Prime, Amazon Prime in there. Most of the streaming services now allow you just select from your cable lineup. So you have to have your subscription, of course, but so you just select it right from your cable lineup and in 4K. So. PLLT, yes. I mean, I'm actually watching this one now. I mean, I want to see if I get any sort of a pullback. PJ, I'm not trying to. I know you're in this one, so I know you don't want any sort of a pullback, but I'm really interested in taking this one as a longer term hold. Keep it at least 2 days. Haha. All right, WSC, guys. WSC is an earnings play after hours yesterday. Not a great reaction. Probably this is on no volume. Excuse me, market is opened. And now we are looking at WSC on that monthly chart. 1979, so it's almost at the high of that area right there. I do think we have to nail down this tie-up period because that individual, I can't remember who it was, who seems to think the lockup is over on Monday. We really have to get that nailed down. You don't want to, I wouldn't want to take a position in this knowing that on Monday. Not that, it's amazing how, everybody thinks, oh, once a lockup period is over, stock tanks. But that would be a very, very quick time period for a lockup to be over. Usually it's 6 months. I've seen some at 3 months, but usually it's 6 months to let the stock, get it distributed out there. CCJ, guys, Cameco. That had earnings on the 4th. It's the Canadian, yeah, the Saskatoon. Potash company, uranium. Did I say potash? I didn't mean to say that. Uranium. Let's take a look at the big float. It might not be, might really stumble around 10. Boy, this one from yesterday, this was an earnings play yesterday, still strong. Look at this move it had yesterday. But the move today is even huger. Look at this move of, I mean, it had earnings yesterday, not a bad reaction. But look at today. You know, I'm wrong again. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just reading this wrong. So this is the earnings reaction. They actually released after hours. Okay, and now here's the, so this is ahead of earnings. They released after hours yesterday. It's, let's see, not a huge float, not a low float, 48 million in the float for Modine. Where are they out of? Are they out of, no, they're Wisconsin company. Sorry, guys. No, I know. I just, I'm not on the radio. I was just following another discussion. All right. Well, okay. Things have, let me just take a look at what's happening from my, wow. Okay. CYH, there was the alert at 897, a little break over 9 now for CYH. I mentioned WSC a little earlier. This is an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, again, I really want to have this hammered, nailed down when the tie-up period is over, or the quiet period is over. I would actually make an exception if somebody posted a link that showed definitively when that tie-up period is over for PLTR. when insiders can sell their shares. This is, no, don't be sorry. When an IPO comes out, typically all the insiders cannot, usually there's a quiet, what they call a quiet period, a tie-up period. Usually it's 6 months, so that, when the day it goes public, they can't just dump all their shares on the market. So usually that's what they call a quiet period, a tie-up period. And we're getting mixed. So PLTR, I mean, they just went public here. So it's only 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago, which would be somebody was saying that they thought the quiet period was over on Monday. That'd be very soon. Others were saying 6 months, so we don't really know. So Matt is saying, so you owned the stock pre-IPO, okay, and you cannot sell for 6 months, okay. So you own the stock. You were able to refresh my memory on that. What was the IPO price? What were they shooting for? It was over 10? I'm pretty sure. Wasn't it around 15? But they came out at around 10. Came out at 8, but wasn't it supposed to? Weren't they thinking it was going to come out around 15 or so? I mean, you would certainly know, wouldn't you? Because if you were able to get some IPO 20, okay. I know it was a disappointment when it came out, whatever it was, and you're saying it came out at 8. A lot of shares, yes. I mean, that's a huge number of shares. Was it 700 million or so? 725 million. I mean, that is a lot of shares. So you were able to buy your shares at 8. Is that what you're saying? That was the offering to you? Right. No, I understand. You bought I understand. Oh, 525 even. Oh, wow. Good for you. Yeah, look at net, guys. Somebody was talking about net in the YouTube feed. Look at net. This is an earnings play. So this is an all-time high for net. So Cloudflare. And if you know anything about Palantir, Cloud. All right, you know what, Matt? I trust what you're saying. So if you cannot sell for 6 months, then I'm going to go on your. So you've got quite a while, but obviously you're looking for a bigger move than just even $10. Okay, you wish you could sell some. Okay. All right, Clay. I will do my best. What I'd like you to do. Just give me a second here. Okay, so I'm going to get you to go to the home page and then start a live chat, but I'm also going to copy and paste what you've just said. And I'm going to put this into our support thread. Oops, sugar. Okay, let me know, okay? You should see it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. No, that's. Did I give you my homepage? Just a second. TI homepage. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, good. It should have been a little pop-up that says start a Q&A. Yes, okay. Phew. Yes, I am, Buttercup, but I haven't. You know, there's one that I'm in. I don't really want to talk about it too much because I don't want to. But I think most will know that okay, I'm in candy. What can I say? I'm in candy. And this could be a longer term hold for me. I'm not a professional. Okay. All right. Well, meaning that I have no professional standing. How's that? I'm just a guy who likes to trade. Okay, I'm watching some of the AI alerts now coming in. Okay, let's take a look at this mod. Any sort of a pullback. I mean, it is starting to. What sort of room does this have? Let's take a look at the monthly chart. High of 1025. It still has some room, guys. So I'll be watching this one. How is the MJ? Let's see what MJ is doing. So yeah, after a little bit of, see, it's almost mirroring the market. And this is the ETF for the cannabis sector, almost kind of mirroring what the market. Well, let's take a look at the 15. It's kind of what the market was doing. Market is coming back a little bit. Again, this is highly political. MJ, as is TAN. Okay, the same sort of thing. MJ and TAN look exactly the same. TAN is, of course, is the solar ETF. Yeah. I know. I know. I do know. You know me. I won't hold through earnings. No matter what. Well, I mean, I know what you said yesterday, William, about how the Senate it won't get through the Senate or whatever. But I mean, that's not sort of the headline, though, is it? That's not what, maybe informed people like yourself know, but the uninformed, which is the vast majority, do not look at it like that. All we can do is is trade what the market is telling us. Um, Clay, can you give me? I don't. In fact, I'm going to set up a private email or a private discussion with you. Okay, if you're listening, because I don't want you to put your username or your email. They're just asking me if you gave me an actual username. Okay, so. So I'm just going to wait. Hopefully you can hear me. I just started a private discussion with you. If you can give me your email that you use to sign up with so they can locate your account. I know you probably, we're getting a lot of chats coming in, okay, because of the test drive. So, oh, you are? Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Hey, no problem. No problem. I mean, we're usually very good at that sort of thing, but I mean, we get so many emails, and sometimes, it's no excuse, really, I guess. Well, I guess I'm giving you a bit of an excuse, especially with the test drive. We're getting so many emails coming in, and unfortunately, maybe yours just kind of got lost. I do apologize. Oh, boy. OGI is another cannabis play through the 200-day moving average now. Also, OGI, another cheap one with a big float. Jay, I guess you're right because there could be a couple of runoffs, right, in Georgia. Is that what I wonder? How many of you know anything about Canada in that regard? Yeah, position sizing. If you enter the long, if you do a lot of it is, in fact, what I should do is also give you this will deter, this Brokerage Plus intro. This will explain a lot. But yeah, your position sizing can be based on the stop loss. Okay, so if you're willing to risk say $100 a share as an example, then that per trade, and then based on the stop loss that the system is creating, then that'll determine your position sizing. Make sense? And I think you can go into each one of them. Think you can, and determine, for each strategy if you want. Guys, it's 10:30 already. Wow. Yeah, January 5th, is that right? January 5th, I believe. Well, guys, I sure wish it didn't have earnings on Monday. Okay, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome, big welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, well, first, before I do that, I do want to nag everybody again about the test drive that starts on Monday. Wow, look at ASNB now down through 5. So if you click on the test drive link, you'll be brought to this page right here, the test drive sign up page. So it does start on Monday. However, you will have access to the program. Give it a couple of hours after the market closes today. What it is, it gives you full access to our premium service for 2 trading weeks. It starts on Monday and it goes to the following Friday, so November 9th to the 20th. And just as if you were a premium subscriber, it'll cost you $8.99. Also open for those of you who are a standard subscriber. You want to upgrade, try our premium service for the $8.99 for those 2 weeks. You're welcome to do that also. You will not, the data will start live on Monday at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's when we start getting our data. And once the test drive is over, it's over, all right? So in other words, you don't have to worry. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from it or anything like that. If you do decide you want to take out a subscription after the test drive is over, I'm sure we're going to have a pretty nice promo code for you to use, in which case you can take out a subscription. Same thing goes with the standard subscribers. If you upgrade to premium, you'll go back to standard unless you tell us, hey, no, I want to, keep me at premium. All right? So you don't have to worry about that. The other thing is, you'll notice it says, and this is depreciating, okay? We're accepting test drives up to Wednesday, up to including next Wednesday. You will not get 10 full days. These are the days, November the 9th or 20th. So if you can take advantage of the two weeks, fine. But for instance, if you can't start on Monday, but you can start on Tuesday, then you'll get 9 days. Start on Wednesday, you'll get 8 days. Okay, so it's over on the 20th. So that is the test drive. I am now going to put in my homepage link. Now, the other thing I should put in also, if you're going to be part of the test drive, I'll just put this link on its own so you don't miss it. If you're going to be part of the test drive, I really, really encourage you to take a look at this link, the 20 short lessons. Okay, if you click on that 20 short lessons link, what is all the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. Please, if you're going to take the test drive, you should really, really, it's not going to take you 20 days, okay? They're very quick. It's all text-based, so you can really run through them quickly. So you'll be at least somewhat prepared, so it's not completely all foreign to you. Look at ACB, holy smokes. Well, William, it doesn't really matter what you and I think. Look at this. Look at MJ. This is the sector ETF MJ. So if you don't want to take a look at an individual stock, you can always, get involved with the ETF. Haven't seen a week like this. Well, I guess we had one a little bit like this back here. But look at this. Individual stocks, Tilray. Let's see, it's a challenging 10 now. Give me a moment here. There you are. All right, I want to put in my homepage link. Look at the candy. Are you going to take out 10? Oh my goodness. Okay, there is my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, lots of information. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you don't care about the test drive, you say, you know what, sign me up. So here you are. You can click on there is a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'm going to show you that we have 4 plans. Ah, great, Clay. Glad to hear that. So we have 4 plans, annual and for premium and standard, $22.68 a year minus the 15% for premium. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Okay? The big difference between premium and standard, the biggest difference is the AI. I'm going to show you the AI. We've got one really, of course, one unbelievable one. 2, and they're both the cannabis plays. But that's the AI. That's the main reason why people take our premium service. They want to have access to the AI. There are other differences, and they're right here. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. 118 less the 15%, or 228 less the 15%. Again, the discount's only good for the first month. And but if you do decide you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we will honor that promo code. Look at ACB Go. I know I say this sometimes. I feel like I'm calling a horse race here. There's just so much happening. Now, if you're wondering, if somebody asked me, do I trade? Well, I do trade. I'm in the one that I'm off. Should be obvious which one I'm in. But obviously, I have to. I'm helping people. There's other email threads that I'm following, so I'm not 100% devoted to trading. My homepage also has the Trade of the Week link. You can sign up for it right there. Fantastic. With the last 3 were really, really good, especially the NIO. We didn't have a Trade of the Week this week. Did not have a Trade of the Week this week. We thought it would be prudent to stay in cash. Pretty sure, and they may say next week also, because there is still all this uncertainty. But you can sign up for it right there. Usually you get it about half an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap right here. You can sign up for it right here. Here are all my scans. Okay, all my scans that I'm sharing. Education links. So there are the 20 lessons in 20 days that I talked about. Daily support sessions. I'm sure they'll be expanded next week for the following 2 weeks. But we have another feed that I moderate, and it's a YouTube feed. It's essentially the same thing as what you're seeing here. Those of you who are not in the YouTube feed and you're in the trading room, they see my screen, they hear me. I do that between 9 and 12 and 1 and 3. Between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. They're usually, and it's more of a Q&A. So you can always join that live support, because I take a break between 12 and 12:30. There's the free trading room. Of course, you're already in it. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. Typically what happens is during the 2 weeks of the test drive, we don't have the webinars. There's just too much other things going on. But when we get back to a normal schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Educational videos right here, and some ebooks. So on my homepage, there's a lot of information. Yeah, I know. It's. I apologize for the email that went out prematurely. You can try again at around Give it about an hour after the market closes today. I do apologize for that. The email went out prematurely. So Bob, you should have had instructions about how to do all that, but you can download the software. Give me a second here. You can download the software from my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, click on the link, and where it says download software. All right, and this is the latest. The production version is exactly what you see here with the new option for Brokerage Plus up here. Okay, so there's the download link from my homepage. And if you're still having problems, I'm going to have to send you to our online chat. Okay, guys, I want to talk about the AI right now, and just to give you an idea about what's happening here. So here are a couple of AI alerts, ACB and Cron. Of course, they're cannabis plays. All right. Now, well, first of all, let me just explain what the AI does. We have what we call ACB. It's just, it has earnings on Monday. Not that that matters. Incredible. Look at Tilray, ACB, here's the index. So let me just tell you what the AI does. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing what we call our baseline strategies. I think we have, I don't know how many we have. I always say 50. Haven't really checked lately, but it doesn't really matter. But let's say it's 50. So an optimization procedure once the market closes. So the AI has access to the latest market data. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut, okay? Now, personally, I don't give a rip about what strategies make the cut. What I like to do is from the toolbar, I click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that will pop up, and all you have to do is, you have a real-time alert and a stop. Now I'm going to show you why I think everybody wants to auto trade, okay? Why I think that is not the way to go. Maybe there's an argument to be made to take the trade, auto trading on the entry, but I would be managing the exits on your own. Why? Look at where the AI got out of ACB. 10:06 from 9:51, because what I call these an artificial targets. Okay, why would you ever get out of ACB at 10:06 when the trade is really working well? Okay, so that's why I always say, watch. If you don't even have to get in right at the entry. You can watch to see how it's trading a little bit. Don't get so hung up on, oh man, the entry's at 9:51, but now it's at 9:60, and am I too late? These are not designed, to make 2 cents. So that's the AI, guys. That's how I would use it. No code for the test drive, no. Just I know there's a code box or promo box. Just disregard it, okay, Gerardo? So you can download the individual windows. So this is what I would do if you're going to be part of the test drive. I would right click. Sorry, I'll do this again. I did a little fast. I would right click on the room drive icon that looks like a half open folder, and scans that I share, download, okay? Click on that and it'll go to a Word document. So all the scans that I'm sharing will go to a Word document. So all these scans you see here All the scans that you see in my home page, right here, they'll go to a Word document. So if you're going to take the test drive, then you can take a look at all those. You can load whatever you want over the weekend. The only ones that aren't available in that fashion are these ones here. This is from my channel. Click on New, Channel Bar, and My Windows, my watch list, Barry's watch list, and you'll have access to these. I create a watch list every single day. You know, especially if you're new to trading, you know, and you don't want to get too overwhelmed by all the signals that come in. You might just want to, you know, concentrate on my watch list. Okay, it's designed every day. Where's the first site I just showed? Are you talking about how to access? Are you talking about here? The room drive icon? Within the trading room right here? Okay, so right there, room drive icon, click on that, scans that I share, download. It'll all go to a Word document. It would look something like this when you download it. It'll look just like this. And then let's just say you wanted to say, oh, strong socks up. That sounds interesting. So all you have to do is highlight it, copy it. So I've Control-C'd it. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, you notice it's already in here. See, it's the same string. It's already in here. Now, if for some reason it's blank, this box is blank, just paste it in. Control-V it in, and then you just click Load, and boom, it'll be on your screen. Okay? Now, the next step, if you like it, you save it to your cloud. Now, you can make changes. You know, you'll get into it. For instance, you know, here are my basic new highs and lows. So if I right-click Configure, and all this is in those 20 lessons, all right? So I think it's important that you take a look at them. And then if you click on Summary, you'll see the filters that I'm using. So, for instance, I've got a price between 1 and 20. You might say, well, you know what? I don't mind going up to 100, or, you know, between 20 and 60, or whatever price range you want. You can modify. This is what I call a template that I use, but of course, you can always modify it. And once you do, then you save it. You'll just say OK if you make a modification. And then make sure then you save it. Right-click, Save or Share to Cloud. Save it. Now it's in your cloud. It's there forever unless you delete it. Why is it important, especially if you're on the test drive? Everything you do in the test drive, if you save all your work to the cloud, and it could be a layout, it could be the individual windows, if you save it to the cloud, and then you decide, and it could be the next day, a month later, a year later, that you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, as long as you use the same email that you use for the test drive to sign up, everything you've done will be still in the cloud for you. Okay? Yeah, I can't predict that if they're going to keep going. I mean, it may just solidify the fact is, you know, if the Democrats do, in fact, if it's you know, listen, I don't want to get too political, but I mean, obviously, it really depends on what sort of turmoil there could be over the next few weeks. But I mean, this is all because if the Democrats do get in power. Okay, well, power. You know, and again, there's a bit of controversy maybe about the TAN because it might have to pass through the Senate. Will you have the Senate? I don't know. I would say that I'm sorry, not TAN. Solar is different. I'm talking more MJ. The whole idea of this is, first of all, I mean, it's a couple of things. I mean, you've had individual states, of course, that have legalized based on the results of the election of those balloting, but then you have the whole idea of maybe decriminalizing it. But that'll be probably a Senate. I don't want to get too involved in the politics on that. So, I just want to draw your attention to this ACB and where the AI got out, just because of, I'm going to call it, it's an artificial target. There's no rhyme or reason to have a, see, all these strategies, they get optimized, and sometimes there are hold periods, the only hold in the strategy itself, maybe a 60-minute hold, a 30-minute hold, maybe it's almost for the day, things like that, all right? That's the strategy itself. But when you get an alert from a strategy, trade it the way you see it. Why in the world would you get out of ACB right here at 10:06? Look how it's trading. It's not like it'd be crazy to get out. I mean, you would hold on. I mean, I'd say maybe now you would take some out, after that pullback. But why would you get out at 10:06? Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that, Zoro, in terms of, I mean, look, the market is still, I mean, leading up, I think people think that the Democrats are going to be power. It's not like the market is tanked. I mean, we're just have a little uncertainty. That's all. So I really don't know what to say. I mean, how far up can the market go? I have no idea. There'll be certain sectors, obviously, like solar and MJ, if it continues, that are going to do well. Other sectors may not. I just don't know. No, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it tanked. I said tank, but I said, look, the conjecture could have been if the Democrats take over. Well, there goes the market, right? Exactly, PJ. So that's why you can't just mortgage your house on it and go, well, I'm all in. True enough. I mean, there's also that. I mean, let's not, you know, the virus has taken a back seat for this week, and the stimulus. We don't hear that much about it anymore. I mean, it's there. It's still out there, of course, but it's taken a back seat to all the what's happening. Yeah, look at Resi. I mentioned Resi, guys, as yesterday as a potential, wow, like a second day continuation on earnings. And look what it's done. REZI. I'm just happy to be in this one, guys. I'm just, with all that's going on, and would I've liked to have taken one of the cannabis plays, of course, but now we do have a a weed channel. Click on new channel bar and all these different themed channel weed watchers. I am sure if you click on that, you're going to see all these names. Same thing with the cron, guys. Look at the cron. So the AI got out of the cron at 758 because, again, a target was hit. What does that mean? I mean, it does. These are the strategy has been developed for a certain target. Okay, and it's probably looks like it's a price target, not an individual, but like a 50-cent pop or something like that, over and above. I mean, it's obviously not 50 cents, just looking at it. But all I'm saying is that why would you get out of Cron at 758 when it's trading so well? Meanwhile, I'm hearing another one. It's just, on the way down though, Funko. Whew, what time is it? I feel. Well, so far, so good with my premise that candy could eventually catch up to the other China EV companies that have just been ripping. And of course the NIO. Yeah, on another subject, yes. I mean, NIO was the trade of the week 3 weeks ago, and the trigger was 22. Now, are they all going to be like this? Of course, all the trades of the week, of course not. But, you know, and look, it benefited substantially from an upgrade from JP Morgan and really getting that whole sector moving. And the trade of the week, the following week was PBI, and even though I think the trigger was 635, so you might go, well, that was a terrible trade. Well, okay, first of all, this was an earnings reaction here, okay, on that day. But remember what the market was doing. We seem to forget, but the market was, day after day after day was really losing big, and PBI, for whatever reason, was able to not care about what the market was doing. And the trigger was 635 and it got as high as 767 in the face of a falling market. I thought that to me was even a better trade than the NIO because, at least NIO had some, but PBI had no news about it that I could see. So I thought that was just fantastic in the face of a big falling market. And then last week, the PRTS, the parts, had one great day. Again, last week we had a market that was falling also. And this week we went to cash. Cash meaning we didn't have a specific trade for the week. Well, nice to see, the AI zeroing in on the hot sector. I don't see a solar play there. I don't think I do anyway. You mentioned Hexo. This is yeah, that's right. I remember Hexo now, a real cheap one. Well, guys, I mean, this is a super cheap one, cannabis play. Here's the issue. Always have to go back and take a look at the float. So I'm not saying this can't move. I mean, it's obviously moved 36%, but it is a massive float for a $1 stock. You know, I mean, look at Tilray, 89 million in the float. Corona is, you know, it's 176. It's not a low float, but it has a little more. I don't like Hexo is one of those that I think. What didn't Hexo get into all sorts of legal trouble? They were selling something to do with the Netherlands, if I can remember, selling before they had actual permission. I can't remember anymore if it was Hexo or some other company. I don't think it was Hexo. It was something else. I don't use a site for ratings at all. So I'm sorry, I can't help you there. I just don't. I don't really care about. I mean, I put in. If you're talking about what I do in the pre-market, when I put the upgrades and downgrades, that I get from briefing.com, if that's what you're talking about. And it's a free service. I just use it because it's easy. They send it to me 10 after 9 every morning. Briefing.com. That's okay. Try to enunciate better. Briefing.com. Well, when you say is Candy better than Nio, I mean, well, obviously, I mean, Candy has maybe more potential in terms of where it can go. I mean, it's a cheaper stock. It's a low float. I'm never going to say, you know, is it one stock is better than another. I just look at the potential percentage moves. But let's not kid ourselves. I mean, Candy does not have the backings of all these. You know, I don't know who is behind Nio and LI. I mean, I could look it up, but their IPOs, they would have had some big people behind them, big financial. Like I don't know if Goldman was involved in Nio. Candy is more. It was not an IPO. I think it actually had a name change. Well, I can't tell you if it's better company wise. I mean, I don't get into that at all. You know, I mean, their big news this week was the fact that the EPA okayed their sale in the States. That was the big deal. And it's a cheaper, it's a fairly inexpensive car. I think somebody said it's about 17,000, and then you're also eligible for about a $7,000. I don't know if it's a credit or a rebate. So I mean, it's sort of appealing more to the masses, maybe. I just looked at this thinking, man, China Auto, all the rest of them were moving. This one really hadn't moved that much. So it's not a matter of is this a better run company than NIO or LI? I have no idea. SNDL, well, no mention just because there's so much. Oh, okay, Sundial grows. Yeah, I mean, well, it's because it's under $1. I just don't look at stocks under $1. But yeah, it's another cannabis play. Yeah, I use briefing.com for my that. So what I put in the pre-market. So what you see here, the upgrades and downgrades, yes, I get from briefing.com. I mean, listen, is it a 100% complete list? Of course not. You know, there are other sites out there that may have a more extended list. I just do it because you know, to be honest, I mean, I don't have to go scouring for it. They send it to me every morning. Okay, so let's take a look at my watch list. What has it done? I think FTSE didn't do anything. FTSE 538, yeah, so that actually, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it did get up to 569, 570 before it came down, but nothing sustained. CYH at 897, I'd say that's pretty good. Cameco, let's see what it did, 945, not too much. And then obviously the ACB, 956, getting up to 1215. And the Resi, 1685, getting up to 1752. Those are on the long side. With the market, I don't even know. Well, the ASMB, if you could have got shorts, 543, got down to 489, I guess. This was an interesting one. I mean, it had a big pop in the pre-market. So it's really done nothing, and the MFA really done nothing. So again, here's my watch list. So, obviously we've got 1, 2, and 3 great percentage movers out of the 5 long ones. And if you want to follow my watch list every single day, you just click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. And remember, this is a layout. What I'm going to do probably for the test drive is I will create a mini layout. It'll probably look just like this, which it'll include, so you don't have to go to the channel bar. It'll include this. So you can just download a layout if you want. Where does the real-time data stream from? I don't, if you're asking who it's all real-time data. I couldn't tell you who our data provider is, but it's all real-time data. I mean, I don't know the actual name of our data provider. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who it is. I mean, but it's getting all the real-time data from the exchanges. Yeah, actually, you're right. JKS is right here. I mean, it's gone counter, but let me check the sector. Well, solar is moving down. Okay, so it's not just JKS. It's the entire sector moving down. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, so if you don't hear me, don't worry. I'll be right back. Yes, there is. There is a. You click on New Channel Bar, and you will see it right here. EV related, right there. Okay, I'm going to just go over some of these. All I'm really wanting to do is to make sure. Yeah, I'm going to click on some of these channels now because this is what I'll be doing next week. Probably a lot. Because when you start off with trade ideas, yeah, it can be overwhelming. No question. I mean, that's why though I'll create a layout that if you just want to watch this sort of stuff all day long, you're welcome to do that. But we have all these channels here. And they're all themed. Now, here is what I am going to suggest. And I'll keep hammering at this. You know, we have these, you see we have Holly AI 2.0, Neo, and then Omni. Okay, so Omni, all that is seeing all these at once. Okay, but this is what I would do. Because if you click on this from the channel bar, then you're kind of limited. You're just watching, the AI. If that's all you want to watch all day long, that's fine. But what I would do is from the toolbar, I would click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you do that, here are the trades today. Who cares about all the other stuff? Here are the alerts today. And so you don't have to go to the channel bar to see them. And then you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to, and so so in the morning, this will be blank until the alerts start happening. Okay. Otherwise, every time now, because I have set up my system so it's not going to disappear, but otherwise, let's click on the EV related. I just got to make sure. Give me a second here. Anyway, I'll just do it. So if I click on EV related, here's the channel. Okay? If I click on the 420 channel, or the weed, and we used to call it the 420 channel, weed watchers, here it is. But you see how in your system, see how the layout got replaced. Here's an earnings channel. There's all these themed channels that you can run through. Now this is what, I'm going to go over all this next week in a lot more detail. But let's just say, for instance, that here's the momentum channel. Okay? See how this... Now my layout is remaining because I've done something special to it that I'm not going to tell you. Now MJ is falling a little bit here. A little bit. I mean, we're on a macro, or this mini level here. But what you can do is this. You can start going through all the channels. And Momo, you see something called Momo. You go, that might be an interesting one. You right click. Take a look at the filters that are in place. And you think, okay, I don't mind. Maybe I'll change my price range. But let's just say you don't change anything. You can right click and then you save it to the cloud. Save or share to the cloud. Do it again. Right click where it says save or share to cloud. Click on that and then save. So now it's in your cloud. I go to another account builder. I go to another one. Let's say there's something that account builder, I don't know what that's all about. Right click, save, share to cloud, click on save, it's in the cloud. What you can start to do then is, as you see windows that in all of these, the trader, squeeze me, there's another one, short squeezes perhaps. So as you start seeing little scans here that you'd like to take a look at, you just save the individual window to the cloud. And then, second here, and then what you can do, because then you'll have like a blank screen, And then you can start bringing them back one by one. File, load from cloud. If you've saved it, you'll find it very quickly. You click on it, load it, it'll show up on your screen. Find another one you like, it'll show up on your screen. So then you can start to amass the ones that you kind of like, and then you can create a layout of those. Eventually you go File, Save or Share to Cloud, and then where it says Entire Layout, you'd give it a name and you'd save it. So now you've been able to create your own personal layout from all the individual windows that you may have seen from all those channels. Can I view your screen share while I'm using the Trade Ideas app in another window to work with in parallel? You're not talking about you're talking in parallel. You're not talking about the program. I'm sorry, I've asked two questions there, G4. So you're talking, are you talking about the program called Parallels that allows you to, on a Mac to have the app? Is that what you mean? If you say no, then I understand. Talking in parallel. Okay, I gotcha. So I'm not sure I understand the question. Not sure I completely understand the question. I mean, you're in the trading room, and that's how you're able, that's how you're able to see my screen. Okay, of course, you can use the app and you can do anything you want. Yeah, the trade size is up to you, and I would really, I haven't even gone over Brokerage Plus. Holy smokes. Let me put the Brokerage Plus link in, and I'm going to have to go over Brokerage Plus. I forgot to go over it. So just very quickly, when you look at an AI strategy, you right click and you enter the long trading. So you can change it, but right now the size is based on a dollar amount that you're risking. And you can of course change that, and it's based on the stop loss. Okay, that's how the share size is accounted for. So if you're going to risk, say, $100 a trade, and let's just say the stop was 10 cents away, based on the stop loss, then you would be taking 1,000 shares of that. 1,000 times 10 cents is $100, as an example. But let me talk about Brokerage Plus. I can't believe it. I forgot to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the broker. Now, if you have the latest download, then all you have to do. Well, okay. First of all, there are two ways to use Brokerage Plus. If you want to trade your live account, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. All right, and that's why I've put that video in, the Brokerage Plus video. You have to watch that video, guys. It covers virtually every aspect of it. And then you can actually trade your account. You can do things like set up, what we call one-click trading. So let's say, for argument's sake, you look at REZI and you think, yeah, I really like that one. You looked at the chart, now you go right back, right-click, trade, and you pick how you want to trade it. Is this auto trading? No, but my goodness, it's so close to it. So instead of it actually executing the trade right at the instant, you have a moment to take a look. See, yeah, I don't see any resistance nearby. So you go back, right click, and then you pick how you want to trade it. So I would say, within 5 seconds you could be in the trade. And how you set these up, watch the video. Okay, so Don, as I'm going to continue with the an explanation of Brokerage Plus. So the good news and the bad news. So you can use, if you have a Mac, you can use our program. You can use but if you want to use the app, then you have to run a program called Parallels or something, an emulation program like Parallels. Okay. If you take a look, what I just popped in there, the Mac users, it was a podcast that was done a few months ago, and by a couple of our guys in Trade Ideas who have Macs. Okay. And you can either use our web-based version, not as robust, not as, you won't have Brokerage Plus, things like that, or you can use a program called an emulation program like Parallels, or you can use like a cloud-based server like AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that. Okay? Or you can use our web-based version, it's just not quite as powerful. You will not have access to Brokerage Plus. Powerful, I don't mean that you'd get delayed alerts and all that, but it's not as, there are just certain features that are just not available within the web-based version. So let me talk about Brokerage Plus again for the way a lot of you will use it. You see in the simulator. So if you're new to trading, please, please, please practice trading first. Do not commit money to the market until you have practiced trading. And we've got a simulator that it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you're using. You can be using, you don't even need one because it's using our real-time data. And it's very, very simple. You just click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you pick how many shares you want to trade, you pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're more than likely, most of you will not go short, but if you want to go long, you just buy it, and that's it. So somebody mentioned Sava. Yeah, look at Sava coming back, guys. So this is, had some fairly big news a couple of days ago. Had a, I don't even want to call that a pullback day. It didn't break down below the low. And now maybe it's getting going again. So let's take some Sava. Take 300 shares of Sava. It's not, I'll go in at the market. I mean, I could try to pick a price, but I'll go in at the, pick market. I mean, the spread is 4 cents. It's not terrible. And so there it took it at 1918. Oops, right up here. Sorry, 1918. At 1119. Okay, it took the trade. It's a real time. Now, always have a stop. I'll put a pretty wide stop on this. You always have the stop figured out ahead of time. That'll dictate how many shares you'll take based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade itself. So I look here at that 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart, looks like there's pretty good support right there. So I'll put the stop there. That's at 1069. So now I can add the stop order. 1069. And why are we putting a stop? Guess what? Every trade is not going to work. You have to get out of a trade if it's not working for you. You cannot just, base every trade on hope or what you think you've read. Not think you've read, what you've read. And some guy's telling you, oh, this is going, Sava's going to $100. So you see what I've done? I put a stop in. So if it goes down to 1069, I'd be at $148. I can put a target. I'm making this up, just showing you how you can do it. I can add a target. I'll put $12 target. So if it goes up to $12, it'll take me up for $244. Pamela, 100% run the app. Okay, if you have a PC, 100%, download the app instead of the web-based version. Okay, 100%. So you see what I've done here. So if I just allow this to run automatically, if it goes down to 1069, it'll take me out for a $148 loss. If it goes up to $12, it'll take me out for a $244 gain. These lines are movable. So let's say the trade really starts to work nicely. I can start to move my stop up. I can move it up. I can move this anywhere I want. And maybe there's another area of support that if it broke down through that, I should get out. But if the trade starts working well, you can use this kind of like a trailing stop. The same thing if it starts approaching the target, just like I was saying here. Look at the AI. I got out of this one at 10:06. That was the exit price. Now it is coming down now. I mean, it looks like for whatever reason, the indexes are starting to fall. But if this started to work well and I was getting close to 12, there's no reason to get out. You could move your target. Or if you decided, what, it's starting to stall, right around my target, I could move this down and take myself out of the trade. Just drop it right to wherever the price is. Now that is a way in which you can use it right on the chart. You don't have to do that if you don't want. I mean, you can, I don't know if that's confusing for people to do it here, but you can just do it in a manual way. Let's just say I wanted to get out of the trade right now. I'd highlight the trade, I could flatten it. Flatten means get out. Or I could get out of half my trade. These are hotkeys. Get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Or I could go in there and say, let me trade 100 shares and pick the price I wanted, pick the price I want to get out at. Sell. Okay, so this is really, I think it's very, very easy to use. And please practice trading before you commit money to the market. All right, give me a moment here. As I used to say, I have to fill up my water jug. Just give me a moment here. All right. I am back. Well, no, I just I had to go get some water. Okay. So, what time is it? Wow, 11:31 already. Boy, I mean that resi, this is, I don't call it a strategy exactly, but you get an earnings play that does very well and, beautiful. I mean, look how well it did yesterday. We talk about a second day continuation off earnings. Now, is it always going to work like this? Of course not. But, I mentioned this one yesterday, is that, we should keep an eye on this one, a second day continuation after earnings, especially when it, broke out all through this. I mean, look, what a day yesterday for this company. I don't know anything about them. And I think the same with Mod. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I keep thinking that this released, but this is an after hours earnings play yesterday. So it's not. But on Monday, now it might be coming into a lot of resistance right around 12. But this could be one of those again, a second day continuation off earnings. So when I'm saying that, I'm not saying, oh, well, Barry's saying that this is going to be a second day continuation on earnings, so I should buy this before the market closes today, and because it's going to continue. That's not what I'm saying. There was time with Resi, this morning. I mean, there was time with Resi to watch how it was trading. So it wasn't necessary that, that you took this. I mean, look where it did. It got down to 1573, and then when it took out yesterday's high, that would have been a very, well, just like it did here. That's why we got the alert. When it took out yesterday's high. Okay, now, as a purely speculative thing here, that we talked about earlier, ASMB. Now look what it's doing. Big, nice big base here, at just around 5. So this could be the time where, if we get some volume in here, it could pop. Remember, it's been beaten up horribly, down 68%. YOLO. I don't know YOLO at all. Oh, I see. Well, I don't think it. Well, what has more volume? Yeah, I would absolutely stick with MJ. I mean, look at the volume difference. I do recall YOLO now, but I mean, look at the difference in volume. So you want something that's in my opinion anyway. It's not so much the chart, but they should be relatively the same. But look at the difference in the volume. I mean, 270,000 versus 5.9 million. So I mean, there's a lot more activity. But they're kind of the same. Maybe there's a little more resistance here when you look at it that way, but it's hard for me to believe that if for all the reasons why the cannabis plays were going up are still going to be in effect, where I don't think that's going to block it. But you're right. If I were looking at this as a stock, and I just saw this, yes. I mean, this doesn't have as much resistance. The only problem I would have is that it's not the premium ETF, obviously, for cannabis, because it doesn't trade as much. Yeah, I haven't said that for a while. Yeah, don't take trades out of boredom. So, how's tan doing? So, yeah, it's interesting that tan's been a little bit erratic today. Well, I'll keep you in a trade until it stops working. If I okay, maybe I'll re-explain that. If I got into a trade at $10 and it got up to 10.05 and it sat there for an hour, I wouldn't be out of the trade, as an example. If I got into the trade at $10 and it went down to 9.95 and it sat there, I would get out of the trade. Okay, so I don't get out of a trade even if I'm only up just a little bit out of boredom, because it could just be resting, and for the reasons why I got into the trade at the beginning, they could still be valid, and it's just, for whatever reason, it's just kind of resting. Now, if capital, I suppose it depends on your account size. I mean, obviously I don't put everything in one trade, but I mean, I don't get out of trades out of boredom even if I'm only up a little bit. Does that answer your question? Not yet, CV. We're working on that, and E-Trade, but there's no, and I mean, it's getting closer because we actually have a TDA account, and we're testing it now. The connection between B plus, but right now, no. So I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. Yeah, that's a great. That is very good suggestion. You're getting bored, and you want to take a trade. Use our simulator. See how it would have worked out. Even if you're not a new trader, but you're a bored old trader, and you just want to start. Use our simulator and see how it works out. Works out. Yeah, you too, Bad Bob. What time is it? I'm getting close to my break. So, are you talking within the simulator, Julia? All right. So I better make sure I really explain this well. The data you're seeing here from Trade Ideas is real-time data. It doesn't matter. It's not coming from a broker. Okay. We have a data provider that, of course, looks at the data from the exchanges And so it doesn't matter what broker you've got. It's using our Trade Ideas real-time data. Okay? Is that clear to everybody? Couple things. You know, I should always re-explain all this. Trade Ideas is a scanner, first and foremost, okay? You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade using Trade Ideas. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, that's fine. Trade Ideas is a scanner first and foremost. Now, we do have what we call an external linking tool. From here, external linking. And we link with many brokerage platforms. What linking does, it's a time saver. What linking does is this: when you click on an alert and you're linked to your brokerage platform, the symbol will show up in your order entry box. And then from within your brokerage platform, you would trade. Okay? It's a time saver. So instead of, I get an alert for ALTM, I don't have to type it in. Okay, I just click on the alert and it shows up in my brokerage platform. From there, I trade it. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. You don't need Brokerage Plus to use Trade Ideas. It's a handy feature. It's a great feature. If you have an IB Interactive Brokers account and you want to use, this to trade your Interactive Brokers account, fine. But it's absolutely not mandatory. Well, listen, if you auto traded today, today is a great day for the AI. Virtually everything is up. Especially on these two, but every day is not like that in the AI. I'd be surprised. Okay, guys, 11:44, and yeah, the market. It's kind of weird that the market is still moving higher. Now let's take a look at MJ. It's starting to curl back a little bit, and how's TAN doing? Again, these are, I'm going to call these right now the politic stocks, or the politic ETFs. Yeah, I can't really comment, Kaiser. That if that's happening with him and he's truly auto trading and he's letting the system take him out, I can't really comment. Today is obviously would be an awesome day. Other thing, it all depends on, it depends on the account size you've got. Some days, the AI may be in 15, look at 15 or 20 trades. Today, what are we up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 trades or so? 9? Just a minute, please. Boy, this Sava going forward, guys. I mean, this, if Sava can take out, this is the area up here. So 2 days ago when I had that news, it got up to 1245 or so. And right here is 1268. I think I have my alert set right up here. I mean, then who knows where this could go. I mean, there's really, now, I think what happened here is they had a symbol name change. I'm 100% sure that this is not an IPO at 94 cents. So Sava had a symbol name change, but there will be no resistance really. Well, then he's got a pretty big account size also. I mean, some of those, there's something like there's a $71 stock today. If he's taking 2 or 3,000 shares, he's got a big account size. So not everybody can do that. Anyway, I can't comment on somebody who, I just can't do that. All right, I think it's Andy today, unless Chris is going to do it again. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's Andy. Andy is going to be in the YouTube feed today, and he'll start just a little bit before, well, at noon. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in because I'll be taking a break between about 12 and 12:30. And so if you wanted to head over to YouTube, here is the link. Okay. So the SPY has just gone a little bit positive. Dow's down a little, NAS is down a little. Another nice alert from the AI on a short. They're not all longs, but this is a nice AI alert on the short So there was the 2432, 2271 right now, and moving down. Now, if you have the AI, you'll notice it got out. Why would you get out? Why would you get out when it's moving down like this, right? Are you auto trading it? Like, are you, when you say you're still in it, if you're in it, it's because if you're using it from here, it's because you must have changed. Oops, you must have changed the it from conservative to moderate. Okay, you must have changed it to moderate. Okay, that's the reason. Moderate will keep you in the trade right to the end of the day, unless it hits the stop. But it's up to you to manage the trade. Conservative, it gets you, and I keep saying this, I mean, each one of these strategies has been optimized for, well, okay, let's say, here's a time stop. Here's a hold period, 90 minutes. Here's one, 60 minutes. Here's, a lot of these are almost to the end of the day. And some of them have a target. I don't know what the target is on this. So that's why some of them, have exited. It doesn't mean you have to. You do not have to. Why would you get it if you were in the short of Maxer? Now here, I may have taken some out, on that little move here. But why would you get out of the Maxer trade now? Just because the AI got out. Because again, the AI is not looking at this specific trade. It's looking at an overall strategy that it gets optimized for. But I think you're way better suited to, when you get an alert, to manage the exits on your own. Yeah, like take each individual alert from within the strategy and manage it. I mean, the obvious one was the ACB. Why in the world would you get out? Why in the world would you have got out right here at 10 when the trade is still working? Now at this point, yeah, of course, it starting to fade on you, of course. But you're giving up, from 10 all the way up to 12.21. You're giving up over $2 on a $10 stock. That's a huge percentage difference. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in that I'll be taking my break. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube feed, and then I'll be taking my break. Before I go, one last word about signing up for the test drive that starts on Monday. Though you will have access to the program about an hour after the market closes today. So if, whoops. Just a minute. All right, so if you do click on the test drive link, you're brought to this page here. So again, for $8.99, you'll get 2 weeks with our full premium service. Yes, including the AI, which brought you some wonderful trades today. Okay. And also open to our standard server, our standard subscribers. You want to try us out for a couple of weeks, you can do it also. Try us out, in other words, our premium service for a couple of weeks. And we only do this, I don't know how many times we're going to do it next year, but we have been doing it once a quarter. We were a little bit late this time. So we don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. As I say, the data will start coming in, the live data will start coming in 7 o'clock Monday morning, Eastern Time. A $9 investment that could be completely life-changing, exactly. And you know, the support, I think we've got pretty darn good support. You have this room, not just for the test drive, but the room is here every single day. We have the guys in YouTube. Oh, there's Andy. Okay, so I'm going to take my break right now. Thank you, Andy. I will stop my stream.
1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me. This is Andy taking over the Berry stream. I am at Mom's house, so hopefully everything is working properly. I think I have the right code in there. So just let me know once again, guys, when you can hear me. Hello, Jatender. How are you, buddy? Yes, I remember the email well. Hope everything is going well for you, buddy. All right, you guys can see my screen okay and can hear me just fine. Hi, Iris. How are you? Yes. Well, thank you, Jatinder. I mean, that's the best advice I could have given you. And you know, you know what? I'll share that. I'll share that advice today because I think it's really important because I know what it's like to be a new trader and you know struggling to get profitable and you know it can be very difficult. And I've expressed this a lot of time in my webinars as well. Um, what are you waiting on, Iris? You say you're still waiting. Can you hear me okay? Can someone confirm that they can hear me okay? Because I'm just using the computer mic. It looks like everything is working properly. So okay, great. All right, thank you, appreciate it. All right, thanks everybody. Yeah, I'm at mom, so I'm always when I don't have my normal system, I'm always a little skeptical if everything's going to work fine. Great. Looks like there may be a little bit of a lag, but not too bad. Yeah, well, getting back to my point, guys, I think this is important to talk about because like I said, I know what it's like to be a trader. And let me just give you let me give you my background and how everything went. Uh, let's see, back in 2098, I actually sold a house and took the equity and you know quit my job and started trading. And I had account. I think I started with about 50,000, and over the first year, it didn't go very well. You know, I think I took my account all the way down to 8,000, and I was about to basically just give it up. I accepted the fact, I gave it my best shot. Of course, we didn't have all the tools that you guys have today, which is really going to shorten your learning curve to have something like Trade Ideas. But it seems like once I accepted the fact, of course, all the hours of screen time and studying charts and technical analysis and all that helps, but you have to get through the emotional aspect of it. And it was really weird. Like I said, I took my count all the way down to 8,000, and then I kind of accepted the fact, hey, I gave it my best shot. I'm gonna, stay with it. But I got my resume together. Worst case scenario, I'm gonna have to go back and work again, and I was okay with that, And it's weird. It's like once I accepted that fact, I took the fear out of the equation. I wasn't no longer fearing because I knew my backup was to just get back in the workforce. I knew I could do that. No big deal. And I immediately turned it around the following month. And, I went on, I think, to make 300,000 the next year. It was just incredible. The turnaround, so that it took me 11 months to 12 months of, losing profit, losing money, looking at a losing blotter all the time. And then I was able to turn it around. So I'm telling you this for those people who think you can come in here and it's easy money, because it's not. You got to treat it like you would any profession. You got to practice at it. You got to work on it. Screen hours, I can't tell you the amount of screen hours that it takes. And I like to tell a lot of people, because a lot of people think they can just come in here, play around for 2 hours, or not play around, but look at stuff for a couple of hours, watch charts, and then go have breakfast. And man, I'm telling you, when I started for the first year, I was doing it for 7 hours a day. I was just staring, and I can't tell you. You may not think you're learning something, but just by going through charts and looking at symbols and looking at breakouts and things like that. But that stuff starts to really, it's almost like it's like looking at one. You ever looked at one of those 3D pictures on a wall, and you stare at it, and it's fuzzy. You can't seem to get it, and then when you kind of just sit back and relax, everything kind of comes into focus. It's kind of trading can kind of be like that, It just all of a sudden one day you're starting to see things, and it's and a lot of it is just due to the screen time. All right, that's enough of that. But I just wanted to say, it is difficult. And one other thing I want to add, because I mentioned this to Jatinder, it's like I did my best trading when I had a secondary income. I can't tell you, even I was doing consulting. Okay, I was, there's a couple of, through my career, I had a couple of other gigs that I did on part-time, but most of it was consulting, trading over in China and things like that. But man, when you have that secondary income, that can take the pressure off. I can't tell you how much that can help. Nice, Ozzy boy. There you go. Yes, yes, yes. You can. Now, don't get complacent. Obviously, you've done a great job, and you want to just make sure, because I trust me, I've gone through phases like that where I've had just incredible months, and then I get complacent or I get too overconfident. You almost have to trade. There's a fine line, between the level of fear. You need to have a little bit, because otherwise, I've seen traders that don't have any fear and they're blowing up accounts too, because they're not watching their downside, whatever the reason is. But it's like a fine line. You have to manage your greed and fear demons, and it's a fine line. And I also wanted to say something else I mentioned to Jatinder, because a lot of people think you have to day trade to make money, and that is not the case. Now, if you're real good at day trading, yes, you can make more money than swing trading, because you're trading just thousands of shares, and you can make some serious big money. But you can also make some decent money swing trading. And I'm not talking about $300 to $500 a month. I'm talking about $3,000 to $5,000 a month. If you have a good enough account, you
market
can make
data
really
connection
swing
lost.
trading. Yes, you have to treat it like a business. I mean,
Market
I
data
think I've opened
connection
up probably about
reestablished.
four businesses in my life, and not one of them did I ever just open it up and start making money. It took me several months, and uh, you got to treat trading the same way. There's a learning curve, and it's I don't want to say you have to pay your dues, but you kind of do. I mean, the great thing about trading is you can do that learning curve, and you can limit
Market
the
data
amount of money
connection
that you
lost.
lose just by playing with small size. Steve always says, there's
Market
two things
data
that you can
connection
control, and that's your
reestablished.
attitude and your share size, and that's true. Uh, trying not to never get too high and never get too low. That's a good way to control your attitude, and of course, the share size is obviously going to help you do that. But getting back to swing scalping, you can make, and that's what when we had Today Trader, we developed a style called swing scalping, and that's where you look for these setups, and that potentially can be explosive. I hate to keep going back to Neo, but most of you guys know that I've been in this thing from around $12, so 12 or 13, and I'm still in it, and uh, all you got to do is look at this chart. This was a trade of the week call on this day right here. So just figure it real up in your head real quick. If you had 300 to 500 shares of Neo, that's not a whole lot of risk. This doesn't take up a whole lot of capital. Dang, look how well you could have done. So don't feel like you have to come in here and fight the algos and try to scalp out 20 or 30 cents. Okay, you can take positions like this with far less size share, and instead of getting 50 cents out of a move, you're getting $5 to $10. So and it's like I said, it's so much less stressful, and uh, it's all about once you know how to study charts and understand patterns and things like that, and just be disciplined and adhere to your stops. I mean, you can do very well swing scalping. And the reason I say that is because I think the majority of traders should take that approach. Uh, uh, Revenue growth fishing, Jatinder. This is one that I use a lot because these stocks are trading in the lower part of their range, and I haven't looked at it today. I've been too busy, but if you look for these patterns that are sometimes that are basing, gee cow, that's a ADR foreign bank. See if I can find it good. Like I said, I haven't looked at it. Well, here I'm going to pull up this one because this is a stock that was in that I did very well on it. And this is a great example. Look at this JMIA. This was coming through this all during this time right here. And, I had a position for, I think I started buying it right here, and I had a position for, 7 or 8 days before it finally, bam, took off. And, honestly, I'm going to tell you, I wasn't expecting that. And I think I sold the most, around 11 or 12. But still, I was in it at around 8 some change. So that's a 50% move, So, and I'm kicking myself or not. I just was not expecting this, And anytime I'm trading
Order filled.
some of these China stocks, I get it, or I'm not sure if this is China. I know it's overseas. I think it's somewhere over there, Asia. But yes, MB, I'll get to that in just a minute. But revenue growth fishing can be a good one. If you go to Jatinder, if you go to the key here, the Trader's Vault, and look at that last row of alerts in Windows, there's some good swing trading alerts in there. This pullback above 50 SMA Pro I like a lot. Now not a whole lot setting up in here right now because the market's been moving up in the last several days. So you're not seeing, this works, I think, a lot better when the market maybe pulls back for 2 or 3 days. This stuff will start filling up. I don't really have a swing scanner. This one you can't really look at because I'm on my. Well, no, this is pretty much my same one. I use these extreme master blasters a lot of times because they can be great, uh, great windows for swing trading. One that I missed yesterday because I got busy and I didn't grab it. That's the unfortunate thing when I'm working for Trade Ideas. Sometimes I miss these entries, but I want to point them out to you. And this is, Yeti was a beautiful call, and our Holly called it yesterday. And not only that, it was coming through all my explosive alerts. And this is just a great example of using a momentum scanner for swing trading. Once it broke out of this level right here, around 55, this thing ran up all the way to 5 points in that thing with very little pullback. You can see it yesterday, just held that 10 period moving average. So honestly, these explosive ones can be the best, swing trading alerts. Glue this morning after earnings was a great breakout from this level right here. That's when you start learning to define these levels. If I'm looking at this and I see it break out of this level with the kind of volume it's doing, to myself, you see how it went up to this signal line right here, this next resistance line? When you see this breaking out of a range, you should be about 90% sure that this thing is going to make it to that next level of resistance. Okay? Stocks have a tendency to fulfill their destiny when they break out of levels. Okay? And what I mean by that is they fulfill their destiny by going to the next level of resistance. And that's exactly where it's hitting right now. So learn to identify things like that, because they can be, like I said, this could be a great swing trade. Maybe you jumped in this instead of jumping in for a fast scalp for 30 or 40 cents. You grab this thing. Well, it's only up. It's only up about. But it's only $8 stock, so still a nice percentage move from 8.40 to there's 50 cents. It's still not bad, but you could be looking at this thing in 3 or 4 days and it'd be up here to $10. So, so I wanted to point that out because these can be great swing trades as well. Okay. There's another one right there that more than likely on this day right here, I'd have to go back and look. But if I, as a betting man, this was probably coming through some of these alerts. You can see the volume there was probably coming through this extreme master blaster back on this day right there. That's just what I'm talking about. Learn to maybe instead of taking a few cents out of this, take several dollars. So, all right, let me get to some other questions here, guys. I know MB says, I have an IB account with no data subscription. Will I be able to use your data from Brokerage Plus in live trade during the test drive? No, you'll be not without a data subscription. Okay. We are working with IB right now to hopefully get, and then we're just working with it. This is not a promise or anything, but we are working with IB to possibly get on an API to their light version where you can actually use our data and you won't have to pay extra. So that is hopefully the plan. Don't hit me up saying when is it coming, because it's still in the works. So this may be several months. So if it happens at all, but that would be ideal. And also, we're working with Ameritrade and E-Trade to get on their API. And of course, I don't think they are charging commissions at all. So, but to answer your question, MB, nothing's going to be done before obviously the test drive starting today after the close. So you would have to get you can trade on our simulator. Okay, you can trade on our Brokerage Plus, paper trading simulator. So you can definitely do that. And you obviously don't need to pay for any other data. So, but yeah, if you want to trade on IB, you're going to have to at least buy the data for a month, because they don't sell just 2 weeks worth of data. You got to buy it for the whole month. That's everybody. Yeah, MB. I think a lot of people share your sentiment there. Maybe not so much that IB sucks, but I know a lot of people are really encouraged that it's coming to Ameritrade and E-Trade. All right. Can you share your sector analysis? I have the list already. Okay. Once again, this is available, Snake Eyes, on our Traderz Vault. So if you go to the Traderz Vault, the key, you can find that sector analysis window. Just save it to your cloud, bring it over to your default layout, and then just add, if you have the symbol list already, you can just add it in there. And that's a nice tool to have, guys. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go ahead and copy my symbol list for those who may want this, because it's always good. Uh, Back when I started trading, this is all I would do. I would watch these sectors, and I got pretty good about trading sector strength and looking for some sympathy trades. You see steel doing very well today. Let's take a look at maybe X. And nice move. If you were on top of this morning, you would probably see this is actually looking like a pretty decent, maybe swing trade. I think Steve is in this one, but there's some ugly action right now, man. I'm not doing a whole lot, but let me do that right now. I'm going to share my symbol list for anybody who wants it, and I'll drop it. Just drop it in the chat window there for you. You can just take this and copy it to any Word doc or something like that. Oh gosh, it's not coming through on this, is it? Now why wouldn't it do that? Well, you're gonna have to take it as it is, and then just break it down in your. You'll just have to, when you put it in your symbol list, you're obviously gonna have to line it up like this. You can't drop it in like it's displayed there in our chat, but they're still there. All you gotta do is just do the return after each one. You're welcome. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any questions, guys. Okay. Jitender, if you're talking about the revenue growth fishing, yes, that one's also in the Traderz Vault. So everybody, remember to look at the Traderz Vault. We have all of our best windows in there. So you just have to expand them out, and you might want to go into properties and take it off small borders. I had to put everything on small borders to get them into the channel there. So yeah, this is one I kind of got my eye on. Rocket here, I think. Of course, they have earnings coming up, but this is one I thought they had really good earnings last quarter. And you can see this was the after the earnings, and it hasn't been doing anything. A new issue. It should be out of its quiet period now. Maybe not. Huh. I thought it'd been trading longer than that. I guess not. But I'm kind of watching that one because let me see when it has earnings. November 10th. Yeah, it's probably, don't know if it's one I want to buy into earnings, but one I'll be watching afterwards. I'm always a little scary with new issues. All right, let me make sure. Yeah, good question there. Omar asked with Jumia. I've always called it Jamu for some weird reason, but what inspired me to get in, or what prompted me? A lot of times when I'm looking, and I'm one that I am not afraid to bottom fish at all. A lot of people will not touch trades like this, but when I see them, after a huge collapse, when I see them basing, and a lot of times it has to be about 5 or 6 weeks. You'll get a lot of head fakes if you try early, like right here. Looks like it may have been turning around, and then fell back down. I usually like them to base for at least over a month. Not always the case, but I have to have some conviction. And this was on the revenue growth fishing. I mean, if I look over here and I see something like cash, 195 million, debt, only 10 million, great cash position. And look at the revenue growth for 30%. Looks like maybe they're not quite, earnings I don't really pay attention to EPS a whole lot because I know that's kind of backwards looking. But uh, some of the things I really look at, I love cash and debt position. Uh, if I'm looking at something and it only has 10 million in cash and has 500 million in debt, I'm a little bit nervous. It won't keep me from a trade, but I'm a little bit more unlikely to take that versus one that has a really good cash to debt position. I love to see revenue growth. I'd rather see some positive earnings, but like I said, this is okay. I mean, Amazon had negative earnings forever, and they traded it up into the stratosphere. So I don't let the EPS scare me away that much. Uh, revenue. I kind of want to, obviously want to see them making some decent sales or whatever. But those are the kind of things, things I look at when it comes to, buying some. And that's kind of, Rocket. If I look at Rocket down here, it's 1.8 billion in cash. Now they do have some debt, all right, but the finance industry is a little bit different when it comes to debt. But I'm not going to go into that. I mean, even if you look at companies that's been around forever, like Bank of America, you're going to see look at that debt right there at Bank of America. So uh, they're a little bit different because I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to get into it, but I do like the the revenue growth in Rocket. So one I'm kind of keeping my eye on. I'm sorry, I'm kind of straying here, but it's more technical than it is fundamental. Okay, so getting back to JM, uh, I when I look for those basing patterns, and I wish I can get some more that come to my mind right now, but I just can't. But I've seen some really really good ones come through here, and what I like about is you're kind of defined. It's very defined here once they start this basing this process. You kind of really know where your out is. Okay, so if it takes out this low, so basically I'm giving myself about $1. Uh, so if I buy 300 to 500 shares right here, I'm only going to lose about $300 to $500, but look at the possibility in the gains. And the thing I like about this is when you do get these moves, a lot of time they can be very explosive. Uh, and I wish I could, I think at one time, I hate to say it, but I think when Neo was in here at one time, because you have to go a long ways back, but you can find some good ones in there. Let me see if I can find. Okay, we got another question here. Hold on. My biggest problem, Andy, is that when the symbols show up in my scan, and it's already gone 20 or 30%. When I get thinking, and it will go up, and boom, it goes down. Yes. That comes from learning, what to look for. First of all, when it comes to momentum trades, in every one of my configurations, what you're going to see on my momentum scans is you're going to see a position in 10-day range or a position in 20-day range. I do not want these things in the middle of no man's land. Okay, so I want them to be breaking out or already broken out of a 10-day range, at least out of some range. Okay, more people get in trouble chasing alerts that have, even though they're highs on the day, they're doing great volume. If you look at the daily chart, they're not going anywhere. Okay, they're stuck in no man's land. I wish I could find you an example, but I don't. You're not going to find a whole lot on my charts. Let's see if I can bring up another scan to show you real quick. I don't think this Momo one has. Okay, that one's going. Let me look in history here, see if I can show you an example. I don't think this one has this is not my alert. I think Barry built this one, which it's fine. Somebody like Barry, he knows exactly what he's looking for. And he is probably not going to take something if it's in no man's land. Of course, with the market like it is, I'm not, everything is kind of breaking out anyway. So I'm not seeing a lot in here too, but I'm just trying to find one example. A lot of times you can find the early ones in the morning. Now that's kind of an ugly looking chart, but it did keep going. Yeah. If the market, hadn't been going up over the last 3 days, we'd be finding more in here. But a lot of these stocks they just broken out of a 10-day range. But that's the kind of stuff you want to look for, and learn to look at the daily chart, versus looking at the intraday chart. Intraday charts can be good for like little entries, but you really want to take a look at the daily chart when you're trading, even when you're probably more so when you're trading momentum, and get an idea of where a stock may be going. Okay. Now this one this morning, I'm not looking at the intraday, but it broke through this level right here, its previous resistance. Okay. So if we back out here, there's not a whole lot of resistance, just little one bar here, one bar there. So nothing real significant. It gets a little bit congested right here. But there's a good chance in my mind that this thing may go up to 25.80 and maybe even do it today. I don't know. But I I learned to focus off the daily. Just the same thing about glue, like I showed you earlier. I mean, even though there's resistance over here, that was the only level of resistance. And sure enough, the thing broke out and it went there. So that was about 50 cents right there. You could have made just by understanding volume and resistance. Okay. And that's exactly why this went up to this level. It's because there was so much volume in it. It's like Einstein's theory of relativity, or where objects, no, not relativity, theory of motion. Objects tend to stay in motion until acted upon and on a what is it, opposing force or something like that. But anyway, same thing can be said about stock action. That's why I'm always watching these levels of resistance and understanding charts and where they may go. You just don't want to blindly jump in a stock just because it's hitting highs. You want to understand the technicals and where it might go. See if we can find something else. Look at this one right here. It's doing not huge volume, but nonetheless, look at this breakout right here. Okay, that breakout was at 75.60. Look over here. I would put, if you don't have these in your single stock window, okay, and I can share with you my single stock window if you like, but I can just really look over here real quick. I know this is on a lifetime high, all-time high. It's doing volume. So what's happening here? It broke out of a range at, oh man, I'm on a new developmental version and I'm having some glitches. Bear with me a bit. I need to report this. But anyway, just looking at the chart without me having to click on anything right now, you can see broke out of a level right there, and you can see the momentum afterwards. So this is the kind of stuff you learn to trust. This is the kind of stuff you look for if you're trading momentum. All right. So yes. I hope I've answered that, Jatinder. I think, don't just chase stocks just because they're running up. Okay, understand, slow down, look at the daily patterns, trust the daily patterns. Okay, and trade enough size to where you can, honestly, if you're in this, this is something I would not want to come back below the level it just broke out of. Okay, it broke out. Okay, this was resistance. Now this should become support. Okay, so if you jumped into this, you'd want it to stay above this level. Give or take. Obviously, they're going to try to jerk you out, so you just got to understand, the technical analysis. I can give some more examples. See if it looks like it's cleared up now. And let me see if I can find anything else here. Okay, this is one that did make it up to this level. I'm not crazy about the whole chart there, so probably something I'm not sure I would have passed on or not. This is one, once again, why did this thing open up? Look at the move this had. Okay, I know it's a high price stock, but why did this thing trade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green bar, 8 15-minute green bars in a row? Basically, half the day this thing was going up. Look over here, all-time high. Look at the volume, almost 7 times normal volume. Okay, that is momentum. Let me give this analysis that I used to give all the time in our TI University 301. Okay, and I want you to think about it like this. Okay, picture a log in a river. I laugh because I've used this so many times, but it's such a good analogy. Picture a log, floating in a river. And now picture that same log floating in Category 5 rapids. In what scenario is that log most likely to be going down, just keep going down the river and not getting hung up on any debris, rocks, trees, or something like that? Obviously, it's a Category 5 rapids. Same thing can be said about volume. Okay, when you have this huge volume behind a stock and no resistance, it is going to continue down that river, or in this case, up that river. So learn to understand that. It's just physics. It's don't make it any more complicated than what it is. Now I know it's hard to see this kind of gap up. I know what it's like to be a trader. You don't want to chase this, but it is what it is. I mean, it's an all-time high. It's doing huge volume and it's going higher. Don't make it any more difficult than that. Okay, if it doesn't work and reverses, get out. But you got to learn. If you're going to be a momentum trader, you have to learn to understand the what momentum is, and a lot of traders will not chase bars like that. But this may go for another 3 days. All right, I think I've given you some good examples there. There's another one. So it looks like it's close to all-time highs. All right, let me make sure. I got to ask. Yeah, Mike, so you have some good advice there. Sometimes you can wait for the setup. Don't just run blindly and chase it. Look for a better entry. If you find yourself buying and getting buying the top, step back and you don't want to keep doing the same thing and just say, what's happening? Maybe I should wait. Be patient. There's always there always could be an entry. A great example was yesterday in Yeti. Even Holly called it. I mean, a couple of great bars. If you were patient and did not chase, you got the setup. Okay, Holly called it right here. Even if you waited for it to pull back and then a bar reversal, you could have bought it right there and then look at the follow through. So I can tell you this. I know a lot of traders probably chased it on that move in the first 30 minutes of the day, and then they got jigged out. They're out of the trade, and then it just bounces and goes higher. So Mike makes a good point. Wait for that, wait for that setup. Don, yes, 2 great scans, and both can be found in. Let me scroll, get my charts back to size here. Are extreme. You've seen. This is my favorite scan. This is my favorite momentum scan of all time, and the reason is because it's pretty simple. I'm looking for huge volume, and I'm looking for them to break out of a 10-day range and close to breaking out of a 20-day range at least, and I showed you one case after the other where there's some really good, momentum coming through these things. Look at there, Jatinder. That's the same setup as Yeti yesterday. Okay, if you were patient, didn't chase the first 30 minutes of the day, waited for this to pull back 3 bars, and then you had a nice reversal there. Okay, beautiful little flag pattern right there, and going into the second hour of the day, and then bam. But getting back to Don, yeah, this one, Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, can be found in the Trader's Vault. And also this Extreme Master Blaster is very similar, but I have it broken down into different categories. Some people like to trade smaller stocks. I don't have anything in here for like 50 cents to $2, but you can always go in here and change the parameters to fit your need. Extreme Volume over $10. I got Extreme Volume Low Float, Extreme Volume 52-week high, and all-time high. Let's take a look at RBA today coming through here. Look at that. Once again, the log floating down category 5 rapids. You got an all-time high. You got relative volume, 7.5. I know it's come, had 3 days, good moves, but still the momentum, that's momentum. So those two, Don, the Extreme Master Blaster and this Extreme Volume High-Low Flow are two great momentum trades. And you can easily look over here and see the colors. And look at this RBA coming through all morning. Take a look at Kern. Now Kern, that anytime I look over here and I see this downward, but gosh, look at this relative volume. That's just crazy. Well, still, you get relative volume. It's just going to highs, and look at this thing. And even the greatest volume coming in right now. Don't be afraid, even though a stock is up 30%, okay? If the setup is happening here and the volume is huge, look at this pullback, flagging again, and then once it breaks out of that high, look at that continued momentum. Volume doesn't lie, I always say. All right, let me make sure I'm caught up on here. All right, I got Don's question, Jatinder's question. Can you give us your opinion on SNDL? Well, first of all, me personally, I have nothing wrong with people if they want to trade penny stocks. There's people that make good money trading penny stocks. That was it. Me. I've been known to trade some $2-3 stocks, but I seldom would go below $1. So, that's an ugly topping tail right now. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be interested in this. And the reason I'm saying your biggest volume on the day, this can be what's called a kind of a blow off top in a lot of cases. You had this huge volume, and then it just basically reversed. Sellers came in, punched it down, and now you got this 10 period moving average. Okay, Steve and I at Today Day Trader we still use it. It's the only indicator I use on a 15-minute chart. Zoom in a little bit. So, now it's trying to bleed through. The setup was kind of there. It was holding that 10 period moving average. Now it's actually trying to bleed through. Daily, there's just not a whole lot there on the daily for me. I mean, it's still in a downtrend. It's nice that it's above, it's moving average here, but that was just on one explosive move. The volume is great, but technically, I don't like that. Anytime you see the highest volume on the bar of the day and a kind of a blow off top with a big topping tail, you'll hear Barry talk about topping tails and bottoming tails all the time. That is a topping tail. That can signify a change in the pattern, and it did. Okay, now maybe if it gets up, and can get back above this level here, could be interesting again, but I'm just not seeing anything right now, for a day trade for sure. And, I'm not one to swing trade penny stocks, but, I think to be more constructive, it would need to get back up above, it probably 40, but, if the volume starts dying out on a Friday, this may just be done. All right. Iris, what you said, share this scan. What scan were you referring to? not sure which one I was talking about. If it's any of these on my screen right now, they're all in the Trader's vault. And if you're looking at that Momo, the Momo, that's one Momo scan that I had up. That's also in the Trader's vault. And actually, it has a audio alert in it that drives me crazy. I told Brad to take it out. I need to tell him to do that again. Oh, great, Patrick. Yeah. Holly had some great calls today. Look at all these target hits. That's some good stuff there. And not only that, let's see, ACB was just a phenomenal call. You're welcome, Ozzy. All right, good. You sold at 44. That was a good out, good wise out there. Nice. Don's helping you out there, Jatinder. Andy, can you share these two scans, momentums? Yes. Most upward momentum right now. I don't have that one. I think those may be in the those stocks. Most upward momentum right now. I think that's in one of the channels. I'm not sure which one. If anybody else knows, would you help Jatinder out? That's not one that I really I'd use. And we do change these out quite a bit. So I built the Trader's Vault, and I built the momentum. That's the momentum scan is great when it has that one momentum alert in it, and also has this Extreme Master Blaster, which is a really good one. You're welcome, Jatinder. Jatinder, are you in the Trader's room with Barry? If you're not in there, man, I can get there's some good help in there. I'm sure you probably are. See, Ozzy, I may have missed this. He said you talk about extreme.
And let's see what sort of room it's got. So, again, boy, can you just sort of see on that weekly chart if it can somehow take out 255 or so? Look at all the highs right there. We have 1, almost 2, 3, almost 4, almost 5 in that area. Takes that out, and then you start looking left, and you're up to 350. So, and what did it do? It got right to, let's see, what did it get to? 248. And what's the high right there? 255. The high right there is 254. So you can see it got within 7 cents. Oh yeah, right, ASMB. I forgot about that one. So it's had a decent little lift off 5. Maybe you've been playing this, horribly beaten up stock, coming off the mat, and the mat being 5, and maybe giving a bit of a. I mean, I look for all the reasons it's down. They're still there. People are just kind of saying, you know what? Let's just try to play a little bit of a bounce off 5, and that's the only reason that's happening. Oh, really? So Andy has taken off. Really? Or are we both on at the same? Are we both on? Andy, are you still in the YouTube feed? I started my stream, but I didn't know we could both talk at the same time. I thought your stream took over. If that's the case, I'll just mute myself. Okay, I just want to just a confirmation. So Andy has left. Usually he leaves around 1, so unless he had internet problems. All right, well, okay. Hi, guys, again. Really? That's not supposed to happen. Okay, sorry. All right, sorry about that. What's supposed to happen is I can start my stream. What happened? Because what we try to do is a seamless trade-off. So I start to stream a little bit ahead, and then when he exits, it's continuous. But normally, I mean, I'm not heard or anything. So sorry, Andy, if you're hearing me. I don't know why that would have happened. Well, anyway, here I am, and we were talking about we're talking about Kern, and we're talking about Kron and all of the, this ACB. I mean, it's still alive, guys. I mean, I know it had the big pullback, but it is still kind of alive. What I'd be watching for is maybe the base here. Maybe if it can take out, get over 11 again. I mean, what did it get to? It got up to 1218 or so. Okay, just a second. All right, YouTubers, I know I'm back. Okay, so as far as the Kern is concerned, there's the 8 EMA. I think Real would say, as long as it doesn't break that 8 EMA in the 5-minute chart, that might bounce off it. It's trying on the 2-minute, but I'd give it a little time. Just give me a second here. Just want to do contact Andy. I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm going to keep an eye on Resi. The longer it holds over 18, I mean, it still has some room. Look at the monthly chart, and you can see 2450 or so, 2440 or so. So I mean, it still has the room to move. So let's watch this one and see if it can hold this 18 and then get some volume and pop from it. So right now we have a two-person horse race between Kron and ACB. Who's going to end up the most? But and Maxar is a beautiful third. I mean, this is on the short side. So we've got Cron and ACB. Cron making a new high now. So Cron is actually a little stronger than the ACB in terms of, I mean, there's the high that ACB made. Cron is making a new high now. Yeah, tremendous day for the AI. I mean, tremendous day. I mean, you could have had your pick. You know, even if you got out exactly when the AI got out, which I would not have recommended, but you know, the aggressive and the moderate, 43, 42%. Wow. I hope we have 10 straight days like that next week. 10 straight trading days like that for the AI next week. We'll have a bazillion signups. Just a second. And even Cron showing up here seemingly very late at 8:21 can give a trade. Do they have? Oh, they actually. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, Cron was an earnings play. Again, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm sure I don't know what they made any money. It doesn't really matter. It's just the sector. It's all sector driven right now. I mean, look at MJ. So it had that little pullback and now flattening out. Looks like it could make another run. Haven't even looked at CGC. I'm sure I'll be startled. Yeah, I mean, look at CGC. I mean, there's the next high looking left on the monthly around 26. I mean, this is the big one. This is the one with, you know, probably more following. This is the one I'm interested in, this Resi, to see how well it holds over 18. See if it holds 18 really well and then just resumes. It's already had a pretty big pullback pop, but it's just kind of basing right at 18, and just see if we get some volume, like a little volume bar that you can see is going to be maybe something like that volume, certainly that volume coming in and just popping it right through 18 again. The high is, well, you know what I'll do? I want to just stick an alert at 1810. That's the high. Now it's starting to move down now, but let's see if that, that holds. If not, then, maybe it's going to turn into a short. What a great short of an earnings play from the AI. I mean, look at this. I mean, and fairly relaxing, easy. When I say easy, I mean not like stress-free. Look at the 15-minute chart. There was only a little pause here. So the short was at 24.32. We're at 21.86 now. And again, look at that 15-minute chart. Basically straight down except for a little pause. The 5-minute, a little pull up, nothing much, and then straight down. You gotta love those. I mean, they're just stress free, and you can see right there on that daily chart. I mean, it's broken down through that level there. Still has room. Look at the weekly chart. I mean, this could continue down on Monday. This is a second day continuation of earnings on the downside. Because look at the weekly chart. I mean, there's maybe some support around 16. You know, we're at 21.82. I mean, we're $5, $6 away. Yeah, so the markets are a little weak. I mean, SPY is down negligible, Dow is down, 77, not huge. Tech is off a little bit. Where's the AI play? You mean the window? You mean here? I don't. Next week I'll display it, but not. I don't. Yeah, so I don't. I'll show it to you now. I mean, it's way after the fact, but tremendous. There's Kern. Entry of 717 for Kron. We're going to get up to 844. It is now pulling back a little. Entry of 951 for ACB. Got all the way up to 1131. The short of Maxar. I mean, that's just awesome. No pain whatsoever. Just straight down on the 30s. Just a great day for the AI. Meanwhile, GoPro, which was a big mover in the pre-market, after hours earnings, pre-market, nice hold, market opens, big pop, fading. GPro fading, and kind of out of a little consolidation. The Art of Running, Jim Fix. Fix. Yeah, I saw that reel. On my break, I actually turned on the tube and was watching some of that. All right, here's another one, guys. LMNL, LMNL, pop on volume, low float, just went positive. Well, I mean, there's no question. I mean, ACB. I mean, look from where it came 2 days ago. This was a $4 stock. Sorry, not 2 days ago. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 4 days ago, yeah, that was a $4 stock. 5 days ago, say a $4 stock. It basically tripled. So my thoughts are, there's got to be people, taking profit. It's all political in terms of what will happen with marijuana legislation. I mean, the more that it looks like the Democrats will. Though, look, it's not like an overnight thing, as William has pointed out. It probably has to go through your Senate. It's things like that. But I mean, this is just an emotional play on a political play, I'll call it. You know, where it goes from here. Where did it stop? It stopped. You see, if it weren't kind of what I'll call a political play, I would have looked at this and gone, this is going to be it's going to be an area where it could stall. ACB. Just looking at that weekly chart, I mean, and that's exactly where it stalled, right there. You see that those candles right there? That's exactly where it stalled today. So I mean, can it take that out later on? Sure. But current is just, I mean, that's the most minor pullback, 2 bar on the 15, on the 5, nothing on the 15, just some bottoming tails. And I'm sure the Tilray is the same. I mean, the Tilray, I mean, it took out 10 like nothing. But again, it looks a lot like the ACB, doesn't it? The way it popped and it sort of dropped, and the ACB is kind of doing the same thing. So, I mean, if you're looking for a recommendation, yes, you should buy this now, or I think it's going to move higher, because I can't do that, of course. Oh, Zorro, I mean, it's amazing when you see, yeah, you know what it reminds me of? If you guys watch old, like, movies from the 50s, and the guy goes into an office and you see rows upon rows upon rows of people sitting at calculators. And you look at that and go, my goodness, that's the way they used to do it. I'm sure, 50 years from now, or next year, or sometime. I mean, it has to be a better way. Yeah, luminol is or liminal. I just mentioned this one, and it's got room. I mean, look at that weekly chart. I mean, again, I always have to be cautious when I say things like this. I'm just looking at a weekly chart, and it's stepped down almost on a 45-degree angle. All right, so there are no little, on the weekly chart, there were no little levels, little plateau levels, as I call them, that it could stall. And look, it doesn't mean because there are no levels where it could stall, doesn't mean it's going to keep going up. But you look at this level right there, and of course, that is where there's a ton of resistance. But look where it is. That's $12. The stock's at $4.30. So I mean, in theory, it's it can start to fill. Now, take a look at the daily chart. The daily is it's almost the same. I don't know what happened to this. I don't know what happened to this stock, but most of the activity is in the first couple of hours for the AI. You will get the odd afternoon, but most of the activity is in the first couple of hours. It's not that it shuts off, but as I say, when I say shut off, we don't have a timer that says, okay, no more trades after a certain point. But if I look at historically, I would say certainly by 11 o'clock Eastern time, probably the absolute bulk of the trades. Well, you don't do anything. You just have this window open. If there's a new trade, it'll show up. Okay, it just shows up. It's not a matter of having an alert. There's no adjustable settings. If you have an alert, it'll show up. It's like here, I mean, if Kern makes a new high, another new high, it'll show up. If it doesn't, it won't make you won't see Kern again, as an example. Well, not necessarily. I mean, you can keep following the trades. I mean, nothing. ACB, even though from what I do is I use that as a watch list. You can have setups during the day. There's nothing saying that ACB doesn't have another run in it, as an example. Because I would disagree. I mean, there are a lot of afternoon stocks that rest. After they've had their flurry in the morning, they kind of rest for a while. Especially the ones that are incredibly active. I mean, guys, you don't know how astonishing this is. I mean, it's 120 million in the float. This is going to trade the float at, well, obviously more than 3 times. For 120 million in the float and to trade it more than 3 times. I mean, obviously it's going to trade 360 million and more. You trade it 4 times by the time this. So, I mean, this is an active stock all day. Maybe, but I mean, there's nothing saying. I mean, hey, I'm not saying that. Where's that one that we? What's the? I have to dig up my list from yesterday. Okay. So, for instance, look at APVO. Yeah, no, it's APVO. That's what I wanted to say, APVO. So, I mean, look at the move it made. What time was that? That was 11:30. But after, sorry. So, I mean, look at the move it made, all the way up to 30. Now, at the end of the day, there were a couple of others, though, that just absolutely screamed higher in the last couple of hours. Anyway, I mean, I would agree with you that, probably the more significant moves are in the first couple of hours, but that does not mean, especially if you use risk reward and have a fairly tight stop, that you can't get some fabulous, especially if a stock is resting a bit and then pops and you put a reasonably tight stop on it. And if it pops, you can get big multiples of risk reward. So it is about stocks. Well, not exactly. No, I mean, we're talking specific stocks. Okay, specific stocks in the stocks only. Okay, that's what he meant. Well, that's okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's why we have an off topic. Okay, hopefully you can see my room or my screen. So that's why we have an off topic. Stocks only is literally, except I have to now get rid of William Squirrel's comment because that's not a stock. Okay. Whoa, I gotta do my video. My goodness, it's 1:10 already. Okay, so this time I'll probably be back by 1:30. I almost forgot about my video. Maybe a little bit later. I'll put about 1:35. Okay, guys, and again, if you want to have my video and subscribe to, just go to my homepage. right, so if you go to my homepage and click on the homepage link, you'll be brought to this page right there, and where it says recap videos, you can click there and you can sign up for them. Basically, I just kind of do a little bit of a recap what's happened in the room up to this point. All right, I shall put myself on mute in both. All right, guys, I'm back, and look at the resi. No, it has pulled back, but nice. That was a great move though for a while for the resi. Nice move off that 18 up to 1840. It's pulled back. I'd be waiting for another move off that. Just before I took the it was starting to drift down. You can have that one, Chris. Where's goods? Yeah, I wish you well on that. Okay. Well, we're coming into the home stretch. Yeah, I'm glad you did well on the Kern, Aussie boy. Really interested in this Sava. I mentioned this one before. This is in my I'm going to keep, well, unless it really collapses, I'm going to keep this in here. This is in the simulator, okay? And if it can ever take out those highs, you know, that's basically the high of a couple of days ago. If you take that out, this has a lot of room. I mean, it had some very interesting news a couple of days ago. Rested yesterday. Yeah, I'll be right back. Well, I mean, we have a simulator right here. I mean, this is a simulator right here. I mean, it has some hotkeys. I mean, it's not overloaded with hotkeys, but this is a simulator right here. It uses our real-time data. So, oh, I thought, okay, I better talk about it then. Yeah, this is part of the standard service also. So if you thinking about, yeah, oh, absolutely, you get to use everything we've got for the next 2 weeks. And just as if you took out a subscription to our premium service, you could. Well, what I'm doing here is just part of the standard service. You know, you're looking at alert. You like what you see. The symbol goes in here. Well, then you definitely doing it the right way in terms of practicing first. I wouldn't be so concerned about hotkeys. I mean, you're just new to trading. It's all real-time data. Always. It's always, the simulator is real-time data. It's using our data, our real-time data. Been like, you know, it's just like that. It's not nothing to do with the test drive. So these are simulator trades I'm in. We don't have level 2, okay? We don't have level 2. You want level 2, you know, your broker will have level 2. But we don't have level 2. Mixed emotions about level 2. Number one, I don't use it. Many, well, I don't want to say many, but an extremely good trader in the room whose name is Real. He doesn't use it. I just think there are too many games played on level 2, so I wouldn't even worry about level 2. You're a new trader, I wouldn't even worry about it. Don't even think about it. So these are a couple of simulator trades I'm in, CV. There is a level 3, you know that. But yes, I'll provide the link again for the test drive, yes. And listen, I'm always going to say, if people who are using level 2 find that it works to your advantage, fantastic. Fantastic, all right? Nothing, I'm not going to sit here and say you should not be using level 2. I don't, but that's my personal, that's just the way I trade. I don't care about level 2. New to the market. Yeah, I mean this trading room here is more about how to use trade ideas, of course, to find ideas to trade. Okay, so it's not teaching you how to trade the market as such. Now, if you're in the room enough, you'll hear me and you hear other people who are posting ideas and what they're looking at, and eventually, you'll start to maybe. But the other thing is that we have the simulator that you can practice trading in. But there are resources. I mean, it depends what you mean new to the market. It depends, I mean, like what is a candlestick? What is a, what is a chart? I mean, if you're talking about that, there's all sorts of resources out there. There might be some people in the room who can point, well, strategies. I mean, oh, I see. Okay, so you're not talking about the absolute basics. Well, of course, that's why we do have the AI. These are strategies that get optimized every day. And so I have this is not a strategy, but I mean my watch list I provide every day that, usually gives some very interesting trades. But in terms of strategies, not really. I mean, what is a strategy? I mean, I'm a momentum player, all right? So typically, I'm always looking for stocks making it near or making a new high. Does that mean I hop into the trade just because of that? No, of course not. But what that means though, is, and this is why I have a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart here, because my next step when I see a stock doing something is, okay, how much room does this have? How much room can this stock continue to go without running into chart resistance? Taking that aspect of why a stock may stop out of play. There's no tutorial really. I mean, I'll tell you exactly. These are the 3 that you'll use if you want to. You flatten, gets you out of the trade. Half gets you out of half your trade. Double doubles your trade. That's it. There's your tutorial. Okay? Never mind the other ones. Okay? So flatten is just sell, get out. Well, the AI doesn't work like that. I mean, there may be a I doubt it. I doubt if there's a strategy within the AI that is looking at, a specific pattern like that. Okay, one of the things I'm going to get you to do is all this is covered. This is a video that was done. Okay, I suggest that you watch it. I suggest you watch that. It's going to show you all the ins and outs about, just like a stop order and all that sort of stuff. It's going to show you all of that. Somebody said, let me just click on the... just a minute. All right, so when I click on the test drive, oh, I had it up here. So when I click on the test drive, so save your test drive spot. Okay, so that's what you do. Never mind the coupon code. Okay, Ozzy? I mean, just click on save your test drive spot. Never mind the coupon code and just proceed to checkout, okay? I mean, I don't know, I don't think there's anything more to that. Oops, I almost did something dumb. Yeah, that will be at market, okay? Of course, you don't have to do it that way. These are just hotkeys, all right? So that would be at market, but you can, of course, go right in here. And if I wanted to get, rid of Sava right now, okay? And I'm looking at the spread. It's a 4-cent spread. It's not terrible. So in theory, I could flatten it. I'd get out probably at 11.30. Or I could go in here and pick the price I want to get out at. Or of course, I could pick how many shares I want to trade out. I don't have to trade them all out. But yes, if you use these hotkeys, it's getting you out at the right at the market. Well, it really depends what you mean by the market being bad, Joanne. I mean, I think most in this room would say the market's been unbelievable on the good side. I mean, here's your market. No, not this week. Here's your market barometer. All right, there's COVID. Okay, so that was it. That's on a weekly chart. There's the bottom. That was that's March 23rd. Okay, since then, look at the market. What it's done. Well, it's telling you what the overall market. Yeah, I mean, the market has ripped, and right now it's it's still. I mean, again, there's the bottom of the market. I mean, it's a tremendous run. So. I think you can't. I mean, the unfortunate part of all this is that the market does not. The fact that the market is doing well, of course. I mean, businesses and certain sectors have been obviously horribly hit. The airline sector. I mean, the airlines have not done that. So there are the cruisers. I mean, there are obviously certain sectors, hotels that have been horribly hit. A lot of that SPY run though is tech. I mean, look at Zoom. Is it still over 500? I mean, look at Zoom. I mean, it's unbelievable. So a lot of that tech or that rally in the market off the bottoms is tech related. But you're absolutely right. I mean, if you look at businesses around that are shut down forever, I mean, it's horrible. Well, yeah, in theory, I mean, if you just want to rely, I mean, on the AI to give you, the suggestions for the day, in theory, yes. Yeah. So Joanne, so I didn't. When you said the market, I mean, I'm looking at, of course, at the stock market itself. But yeah, I mean, I feel for you. Yep, I will. Here's your video that I'm going to force you to watch, okay? Because you should watch this video, even if I give you a little bit of an answer of how to do it right now. You have to watch this video for all the ins and outs. Okay? And the difference between IB and IB plus, you have to have, if you want, yes, like, who asked the question? No, that's for Ari. And you need IB right now, or you need the pro version, I guess, as they call it, of IB. Only if you want to trade your account, okay? You don't need You don't need IB to use Brokerage Plus if you want a paper trade. Okay? You don't need an IB account if you want to use trade ideas. You know, this is a nice feature we've got, but it's absolutely not mandatory. And I always say this, first and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, just 1 second, Lucky. I will. Now, when you say how do you run the AI, when you say it was blank this morning, this is what I do, and this is what I'm going to recommend from the toolbar. From this toolbar, click on New, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, this is the window that you'll see. Now, at the beginning of the, before the market opens, it's blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen all day long. Okay. Now what I would do is when you have this window, then incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do that every morning. Just incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you might have some other scans that you're looking at and incorporate this as part of your layout. Just save it, when you exit, just save to the cloud. Save or share to cloud, entire layout, give it a name, save it. Nice to hear, Ryan. Okay, I uploaded to the cloud the Chinese stocks up in the past 5 days. Okay, I'll answer your question in a minute, Olivia. What do you mean from what menu though? Menu, what menu are you talking about? You talking from the channel bar or like what I don't know what menu you're talking. Okay, so the channel bar and then China stocks? China? Is that what you're Okay, so China. All right. China. Okay, so now what? And right click. Okay. So right click. Save or share to cloud. Save. Done. No, I'll answer your question in 1 second, Olivia. All right. First of all, let me just get out of all this. All right, here it is. I just did. It was on my other monitor, but I just did. Okay, configure. Okay. Summary, okay. When you say no settings, what do you mean by no settings? See, these are the only filters. I mean, when you say no settings, what do you mean by no settings? I mean, this is the only filter is here. You know, that's the only filter. Well, if you're saying it's not, okay. So what are you saying? You're saying that it's displaying not just China stocks. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, that's got to do then China. I mean, there may be some China, Yico. I mean, I don't want to go through them all. I think that. I mean, this says it's headquartered in New York, but I mean, look at it: Yulong, Yico, Yin, China, DQ, Zkin is. I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't want to go through every one of them, but you know, unless there's just an accident, an input error. Candies obviously is a China stock. I can't tell you. You know, I mean, I'm not going to go through every single stock to make sure it's a China stock, but I think most of them should be China stocks. Let me answer. I have to answer Olivia's question first. The question is this. And first of all, you sip. All right, so the question was, what is idea surfing? So this is idea surfing. So if you turn it on, what's going to happen is it's going to go through all of the top list windows that you have up. Okay, and right now it's looking at my spider sector list there. You see how it's orange right there? That's the one it's on right now. And then it'll go to the top list window that I have. It'll take a look at the top 3 as I have them sorted and load those charts. I can just sit back and let the charts load. Okay, that's what idea surfing is. So it'll take a look at all the top list windows you have and load the top 3 as you have them sorted, and it'll just load the charts automatically. If I want to stop it from surfing for pause it, I can go to the chart. I can take a look at if I want to trade it, you know, I can take a look at the symbol, and then I can do whatever I want. When I back off it, it'll resume surfing. Okay, it'll go to the next. This is just a toggle on and off, so that'll turn it off, that turns it on. Or if I click on an alert, it turns it off. Okay, so it's kind of a cool way. You're just going to kick back, let the system load charts for you. And again, it'll just look at the top 3 symbols in your top lists that you have open. And again, when I say the top 3, I mean as you have them sorted. Okay, is that clear, Olivia? Okay. So the AI window is right here. Click on New from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, and here's your window. There is your window. You can install it today, and about an hour after the market closes today, then you'll actually be able to. This is what I would do if you want to have some of my scans. You can click on the room drive icon, and scans that are shared, download all the scans that I'm sharing. Will go to a Word document then, and then you can take a look at them over the weekend, or later on today once the market closes. Give it about an hour, say 5 o'clock Eastern, and then you'll be able to actually, I think you put in your username and your password, and you'll have access to the program, and then you can play around with it over the weekend to kind of get used to it. I would take a look at it's because if you're trying to actually do anything with it, it's not activated yet. See, unfortunately, an email went out today that suggested that it was activated already, and it shouldn't have happened. I do apologize. You have to be, you have to be a premium subscriber to have access to the AI, but during the test drive, of course, you'll have access to the AI. And I would take a look at the 20 short lessons. Should be able to install it. I mean, just to have a toolbar And then once once you have once it's activated, then you should be able to go to the account and log in. You should be able to install it. I mean, everybody is able to install. Then it's just a matter of going to the login. But if you haven't signed up before, of course, it just won't be activated yet. Can we compare price position to last week's candle? 5-day position range uses dynamic days. Okay, so here's last week's candle. So yeah, it is. I mean, we don't have so we do. It's only the position in 5 days. 5-day range. Not a week. I think I know what you're saying. It's 5 days. Though I thought it was 5 trading days. I haven't used that for a while. I thought it was 5 trading days, so it wouldn't count Saturday and Sunday. But you're right. I mean, then if it's Wednesday today, then it's not looking at last week's candle. It's looking at the position in the 5 days, trading days. I've never even thought about, comparing it in that fashion. Cannot program it. No, no. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to guess what has more. I mean, I think election uncertainty, weighs heavily on the overall market for sure. But so but I don't. I'll let somebody else if they want to, stimulus. I mean, they can announce stimulus right now, but if the market is still uncertain about what's happening, market doesn't like uncertainty. The AI doesn't start working until the first trade that you might get would be or alert. I hate to call it a trade, but the first alert you might get is at 9:35. Nothing earlier than that. Today, the first alert happened at, somebody even asked about afternoon trades, so there's one at 1:13. But the first alert actually didn't happen until 10:18 today. 10:8 or 10:17. Okay. The earliest you'll get an alert is at 9:35. That's the earliest you'll get an alert. Will the AI program alert you if you set for a certain percentage moving up and down? See, not an alert. Okay, you can filter for stocks that are a certain, over 5%, but to actually hit that 5% as an example, no. You can create your own watch list, your own what we call it. I wish we changed the name. I say that all the time. We call it a symbol list. It's a watch list. And then what you can do though, this is what I would do. Now, I don't know how many stocks you want to watch, but this is what I would do. So let's just say for argument's sake, I want to take this trade, ASMB. It's not so much a percentage, in my opinion, that you're looking at. You should be, in my opinion anyway, looking at areas on the chart to say, you know what, if this goes to this price up here, I want to have an alert on it, a price alert. Okay? So I'll use this as an example. Let's just say I thought if it could break above here, I want to know about it. So I right click, create a price alert. This box will pop up. Oops. The box pops up. Now I don't have to fill in anything else. If I want to put a note in, fine. I rarely put notes. And then I save it. Okay, so now if I go to my price alerts, notice it's right at the bottom here. There, I just put it. So if it hits 525, I will know about it. This window will pop up. If I minimized it, this window will pop up on my screen. If I sort on the triggered column, it'll show right at the top, and it'll actually start off in a sort of a bit of a yellow and fade, and I can put a sound alert on it. So I will not miss it, even if I've wandered away from my computer and I have my headset on. You put a unique sound alert on each window that you're tracking. So that's what I would do. You could, if 5% is important to you, yeah, I guess you could. Most of the time, what I do, if you're talking 5% or whatever, now, oh, good. What I do, you won't see anything. I just put a filter, so I won't see any stocks, for instance, here, unless it's up at least 4% or down 4%, okay? That's the filter that I'm using. So to me, I'm not saying there's no validity of doing something what you're trying to do, but to me, whether a stock is, I get an alert right at 5% or right at 6%, doesn't matter to me. I do want to see the stocks that are over or under a certain percentage. And so you use your filter in combination then. Now, every time a stock makes a new high or a new low, it'll be over 4% or under 4%. It's not going to, it won't alert you. You're not going to get like an alert, but you can see all the stocks that are over 5%. Listen, if you wanted to do something, you could create a top. Yeah, you could have a sound alert. Well, not a sound alert, no, because this is only going to show you here. It's only going to show you the stocks that are above, that 4% that I've put in here. You could put 5%, but you're not gonna get a trigger. Okay, this stock just hit over 5%. No. But in your price alert, if you went through the calculation, I suppose, and added 5%, and then put put it right on the chart and put it at that price, then you would get it, I guess. Not I guess, you would. But if you're looking for like the entire universe of stocks, then that's not going to happen. But if you're only looking at certain stocks, then that's pretty simple to do. I don't know how many stocks you're looking at. Yeah, so the market's just kind of flattened out. The SPY is basically flat. Dow was down a little. Tech is actually, a little bit positive. It's got nothing to do with the time, Asif. Okay, nothing to do with the time. You know, this is not time dependent. If it's like asking me here. Imagine this was an AI alert, an AI strategy. Okay, it's not. So, FIX just made a new low. 159. Okay, so that's why it showed up here. It's got nothing to do with the time period. Okay, if you have 2-minute chart, you'll see a FIX. Have a 5-minute chart. Okay, does that make sense? It's got nothing to do. It made a new low. Doesn't matter what time period you're looking at it. Does that make sense? And you'll notice that there are little, hard to see it right there, but because it's kind of out of the picture. Let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Well, here, this will be good, or this will be better. All right, look at this 30-minute chart I got here for ACB. Okay, just can't see it on the 15 because I should make this a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, see this blue arrow right there? Now this is, people think, well, does that mean it's a buy or something? Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. Yeah, what happened to the audio? I just got, I just had distracted there. Okay. Sorry about that. So the blue arrow is not a buy signal. It's just showing you, okay, where the alert happened. So for instance, when I click on ACB right there at 10:22, the price was 9.56. If I look on the 15-minute chart, there's the 15-minute candle where it happened. If I could back out the 5-minute chart a little bit more, there's the 5-minute candle where the alert happened. If I could back out the 2-minute, it's way back here, okay? So that's all the blue arrow is showing you. But what's kind of cool about it is saying, okay, great, I got an alert at 9:56. That was the time, 10:22. What did it do afterwards? All right, so it's not a buy. It's not a buy. It's just showing you where the alert happened. Nothing to do with. Now, the only caveat is this: if it is an AI alert, yes, you'll get but you'll know it because also on the y-axis. Let me give you another one here because that might have been confusing. So there was the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, for Sava. Notice on the y-axis there's no number. But if it's an AI alert, then it is signifying, hey, there was the alert, there was the price, the suggested price to get in, 9.51. There was the stop, and there's the target. Okay, so if it is an AI alert, there's a little more information on the y-axis. All these ones are showing though. It's just where the alert happened. Anything else other than AI is just showing you where the alert happened. Okay? And the reason why we see it like this, get rid of that. The reason why we see this, we only see the first alert, first time it ever was alerted in this watch list up and down. You'll notice, for instance, Resi, okay, so there's the first time Resi was alerted, 1685. But you'll notice that Resi will repeat here, sort of like a what I'll call like the default way of looking at alerts, where it'll show me a new high every time it makes a new high. Here I only want to see it the very first time it alerted. And that's because I can do something like this in the properties. And I can do what's called a no repeat. Let me do it in this one. Properties, don't repeat. See, on this one, the same principle here. Don't repeat. I only want to see the first time. And I have several options for the don't repeat. 1 minute or 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, or for a day. So I've selected this. And this is nice because sometimes you just don't want to see the same symbol over and over and over and over again. Fix. I don't mind seeing it here. This is telling me over and over and over again it's making a new low. Here I can go back and say, well, where was the first time I was alerted? 12:18? What did it do since then? Pretty darn good. 12:18 down to 9:32. There's no stop loss. No, it's just an alert. There's no exit. Don't confuse these are alert windows that you set up yourself. There's no stops. It's just a pure alert, letting you know if the AI does, of course. The AI, there's a real-time entry. There's the stop. Okay. There is a target. But there's a stop. Okay. This is the second you get an AI alert. This is not, okay, this is not, oops. This is nothing to do with the AI guy, okay? This is nothing to do with the AI. These are my scans, nothing to do with the AI. The AI is one aspect of the program, part of our premium service. So if you have access to this will be automatically set out for you and you can watch this. But people usually want to have their own things that they like to look for. And so that's why you can set up your own types of scans. Clear as mud? This is good though because it's getting me in practice for the next 2 weeks. The first 2 to 3 days of the test drive, lots and lots of explaining, which is absolutely fine. You take the test drive and don't expect though that after 2 weeks that you'll be a master of I'm not a master. Nobody's a master of trade ideas, okay? But seriously, you have to manage your expectations. Okay? I mean, you're not going to learn everything about trade ideas in 2 weeks. The other thing and thank you, Palmer. Okay, so just like Palmer is telling you, oh, really? Okay. I don't know why. I mean, I can't help you there. You're talking area and Windows. Really? You know what? Why don't you go and start a live chat with? We've got tech. We have people standing by, and maybe they can help you. Okay. I'm just going to give you the link for the homepage and start a live chat. So, have you already paid then for the test drive, or you just and now you're okay? So, start a live chat. Tell them what's going on. You know, you tried to tell them it's trying to install the app to the users folder. We've got some pretty good we've got some very good technical people who I'm sure they can help you. Make sure you give them your email, okay? The one that you use to sign up so they can find your account, number one, okay? Let me know what happens. As long as you let me know within 45 minutes. No, so you can, what I'm going to do for the test drive, I'll probably create a layout that looks very much like this. The only addition would be I'm going to have this somewhere, you know, so I'll probably have to get rid of some charts, maybe put this down here. And this will be kind of the layout that I will, so you can just download that layout. Okay, otherwise, you know, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the room drive icon right up here and scans that I share and click on download, then like I'm sharing a lot of different scans, more than what you see here. There might be something that could be of interest to you that I'm not sharing on this screen. You know, something, hopefully I've named them in a way that, oh yeah, okay, I'd like to try that. So if you click on download, this is what you would see. It'll go to a Word document, and then, so for instance, you might say, wow, I like Strong Socks Up. I don't see that on, he's not sharing that, but I'd like to take a look at that. So all you do is just copy the link. Oops, just copy the link, highlight it, and then Control C. I've just copied it, all right? And then File, Load from Cloud. Notice, I'll get rid of, I can't, unfortunately. You have to trust me. That, well, you can see right there, BEC 313, there it is, BEC 313, and load it. Okay, now there it is. So that'll be on your screen. Okay, that would be on your screen. And then, and I'm going to constantly put this in here, the 20 short lessons. Please, please take the time. They're not long. It's not 20 days. I know the link says 20 lessons in 20 days. It was for marketing purposes, okay? It's just all text-based. It'll show you, you know, how to load something from the cloud. But once you have this on your screen, now you can take a look at it. You know, you right-click. Right-click brings up a lot of this context menu virtually in every window. And then click on Summary. You'll see what I'm using. Here's the price range I'm using. Here's the current volume is sort of the relative volume, so it's trading, you know, twice as much as normal. You know, here's my minimum volume. Here's my percentage I'm up. Things like that. You don't have to, you know, you might say, well, I only want to see stocks between $1 and $10. You make the change. You'll see how it changed. Okay? And then you would say, okay. And then it's saved. No, not saved. I'm sorry. Forget what I just said. I'm going to change it back, okay? But imagine you did that. So now you would see it here. Now you would save it. Right-click. Save or share to cloud. Save. Now it's in the cloud. So what does that mean? I'm sure most people know what the cloud is, but within Trade Ideas. So what that means now, if you save, so first of all, you can create your own layout. You can, you know, if you see things that you like from the scans, and eventually you might have some windows that you say, you know what, that's the start of a good layout. And you can File, Save or Share to Cloud, and click on Entire Layout and give it a name. Save it. Now you've got a layout that is saved in the cloud. When you exit Trade Ideas, quick way, File, Exit, and it'll ask you, do you want to save your layout? If you say yes, then when you load Trade Ideas again, you'll see your same layout all the time. Okay? Now, one of the nice things, though, about saving every individual window to the cloud and your layouts to the cloud, because you could have more than one. I only use one layout. People ask me, do I have a layout for the pre-market? Do I have a layout here? I just really just use one layout. But what you can do is you can have Trade Ideas. You can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. So, obviously I have mine on my desktop computer, but I have a laptop. I also have a tablet. You can have it on as many devices as you want. You can only have it open one device at a time. But what's the nice thing about having everything in the cloud is, let's just say you have a laptop. All you have to do then, and you say you're using a desktop computer, and now you have a laptop. You just load the program, load it on, and then just File, Load from Cloud, and you'll probably see it immediately because you won't even. We do designate all file types, layouts. You just click and load it. So it's a really simple way, if you saved everything into the cloud, of having your layout, your windows on multiple devices, so you don't have to recreate them device by device. Okay. So guys, yeah, good time to ask questions. I'm basically done. I'm not going to really do any more trading. I've done a couple things on my own. Yeah, that PLTR is definitely intriguing. I mean, what a run, up to $15. What a run, man, oh man. So I'd be loving to see. I mean, look, I don't want any, if anybody's in this, I'm not wishing, but I'd like to, if they can pick this up down in this area and maybe hold on for a swing. I don't know anything about alpaca. Okay, I know we have it up here, and I have no idea when or if it'll be. I have no idea about alpaca. Don't know them. Never had them. I think one of the guys had a bit of a relationship with somebody at alpaca, so that's why. I know you're asking because yeah, it appears that eventually. We'll have Alpaca, E-Trade, and TD Ameritrade. Really? Hedge eyes? I don't know them. I know there are a lot of now the short sellers that have come out of the woodwork over the last. It used to be just Citron. You guys, if you go back far enough, you remember it was just Citron. You go back far enough, they used to be called, what was it, Street Lemon or something like that. And then they changed their name to Citron, and then all of a sudden, and the other guy who specialized in the China stocks, Muddy Waters. I think he was around the same time as Citron. And then Street Sweeper, I think, was kind of the next big one to come along. And now there are several. Hindenburg, that was, well, they were definitely right on the NKTR. I haven't seen another one from them for a while. And these are all, if in case you're wondering, what was he talking about? I'm talking about, these are, I guess I'll call them companies that specialize in short selling, but they put out they put out these elaborate reports on why they're doing it. Yeah, so you can connect. There is a script. I'll give you the script. So when you say how can you trade, you can't use Brokerage Plus, okay? Just know that. But you can set up a connection so that when you click on the alert, it'll show up in your Thinkorswim platform. Just it's all it is a time saver. But let me give you the script. Okay, this is the script that if you went to our tech people, it's going to dominate right here. I'm just going to post it in, okay? So if you want to link your trade ideas to Thinkorswim, you have to follow these rules, okay? And there's pearls from real. Thoughts about SE? Oh, yeah, I just don't. I have no feeling for stocks that are this expensive. I was asked, what are my thoughts of swinging this one? Pretty good volume for a $187 stock. Big float. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, it's it's making new highs, but I can't really comment on something like this. It's this expensive, making new highs. Well, I didn't send the link. I posted it just above you. Okay, I posted it right. Well, I posted it right here. No, I must have posted it several times. Sorry, just above you where it start. Where it's no. It's just a long. Yeah, I put it in the tech support too. Okay, might be easier. Whoops. I'll put it in the tech. So go to the tech support tab. Okay, be easier to read there. So just click on the tech support tab and it's all here, okay? It's not a link, it's instructions. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, but just just go to the tech support tab. At the very least you can just copy it or and put it in a Word document, I guess, but just go to the tech support tab. It's all there. Well, another interesting thing you can also do, what Real is talking about, you can like we set this. In fact, I think I set this. Yeah, so this is like a 3-day high. You could set it for a 5-day high. So you get an alert, a new 5-day high as an example. These are at 3 days, but you want to try 5 days. Okay, I don't see PLTR on that list, so am I looking wrong? Looking incorrectly? You would think though that Matt, who participated in the IPO, would know, and he says he's locked up for $6 for 6 months. I don't see PLTR there. Am I wrong? Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I see. But it's covering up. They're doing it. They're doing it on purpose. It's covering up the the expiration date. Yeah, I mean, gaming. Somebody's saying, yeah, of course, gaming. More people who still have to be at home. Gaming, of course. Look at Penn. Okay, so it looks. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I thought it was segmented, but so that in theory is a list of quiet period expirations. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, Matt, what do you say? If you click on that link, you will see PLTR. I don't know if Matt's still in the room. Have a great weekend. Yes, real. Yeah, an awesome week. Unbelievable. One moment, please. All right, guys. 2:34. So, look, I'll stick around for questions. I'm certainly shut the room down at 3. I will put the test drive link in one last time for those of you still sitting on the fence. Listen, I don't know why you'd be sitting on the fence. If you want to try out trade ideas, it certainly can't be the price or the test drive. So if you're wondering, well, I don't know if I want to do it, I don't know. I mean, it's $8.99, so it can't be the price. So if you're at all thinking about, well, I've heard about trade ideas, I've been in the room, still sitting, now's a great time just to try it out. Right there, you'll click on this, and about an hour after the market closes today. So what time is it? 2:30. I would say give it till 5 o'clock. If you can download the program now, I guess, and then it'll be active. So you can put in your username and password, and away you go. And the 20 short lessons. Please look at these 20. I'm so glad that we have that. I'm sure glad we have this now because, one of the problems is if somebody takes this and on the test drive and they're starting from scratch. I mean, even if they have market knowledge, but they don't have our product knowledge. I mean, you can get bogged down in just the really simple stuff like, well, what is a top list? What is an alert one? How do I do it? Well, it's all there in the 20 short lessons. Haven't seen Larissa. Yes. Be like water. I think he's just kind of trading on his own. He's fine. He won't mind, I think, but he's a university professor. I think he teaches law. Yeah, I haven't seen Larissa in a long, long time. Risk, yeah. So when you go to your dentist, do they put you in a hazmat suit? With a little opening for your mouth? All right, guys, 2:37. If I don't see any more questions, I may just wrap it up a little early. Take a bit of an early start to the weekend. Get ready. Have to do a few things before the test drive. Yes, it's Noble, yes. Once your account is enabled, you can begin setting up the app. You can take a look at here, the 20 short lessons. I know I keep hounding people, but take a look at that. You can also, let me put my homepage link in. This is for, the YouTube people that don't have access to that folder, but if you click, oops. So if you click, again, this is for everybody too, but I mean, if you click on my homepage link, So it's noble. If you take a look what I'm doing. So if you click on my homepage link, come on, there we go. And scans that I share, okay? Basically, here are my scans. You click on this, so you'll see the scans that I share. All you have to do then is you'll click. So you say you wanted momentum up. Click. It's going to show up in a browser or a new tab in your browser. Just copy it, highlight it, copy it, Control C, copy it, and then File, Load from Cloud. And it'll be right there. It'll be already filled in. Now, if for some unforeseen circumstance it's not, just paste it in. Control V it in. And then you click Load. And look it up. Right there. Momentum up shared. Okay? So I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you save my homepage link, you'll have access to all the scans that I share. Yeah, I agree because I mean we don't have a manual so as such, okay? So I think that those little lessons. I mean, look, people go, man, I've been looking at trade ideas and I don't even can't even change the darn symbol on a chart, and it can get really frustrating. Like, how did he do that? How did he change? How do you change a symbol to another symbol? So you right click, so make the chart active. Okay, so Traderz knows you're in this chart. Sorry, left click, left click, left click. Left click, and then you, most of the time, 99.9% of the time, you just start typing. And notice the change symbol box will pop up. Click on change. And that's it. Now, if for some reason, when you left click and then you start typing, nothing comes up, hit your space bar on your keyboard, and then the change symbol will come up. And you can either hit return to your keyboard or click on the change. Yeah, there's no real, this is a general script. It's not going to work it's a general script. Linking is, like, who's your broker? It's Noble. Well, the AI doesn't work on the weekend, so, okay, AI doesn't work on the weekend, so, you'll have access to it in terms of you can have this window, but it'll be blank. 100%, the question just came in, 100%, which one do I recommend, the desktop or the web-based version? Desktop, 100%. Okay, 100%. You know, if you want to practice trading using Brokerage Plus, it's not available with the web-based version. So when you say TD Ameritrade, you don't need two computers. No, I mean, you know, I've got my brokerage platform. You can't see it. It's on my other monitor. All you do is link to it. You don't. Okay, tools, external linking, and if you go to the tech support tab, here are the. This is how you link with TD Ameritrade. Link only in that, it's just a time saver. Okay, it's just a time saver. So you don't have to keep, you know, when you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker platform, and then instead of having to type the symbol in all day long, it's just a time saver. Is Noble Fidelity 4? So I don't know about Fidelity 4. What I would do is ask. Most of the time, this generic way of linking, say to Traderz, Thinkorswim, works with most platforms. But I don't know. I cannot, speak specifically to Fidelity. Anybody have Fidelity who's in the room? Well, you do, William. Is William? Are you still here? Okay, but Ari, but you're new. I want to, William, are you still in the room? Okay, Emily, do you have Fidelity? Ah, anybody in the room that has Fidelity that can linking in that when you click on the alert, it shows up in your Fidelity platform? Or do you know, Emily, if that's what he does? I mean, he must click on a lot of alerts all day long. It's just a question I have from YouTube person wanting to see if we have if we can establish. I can't imagine we can't, but we cannot. But okay, so for TD, because I can't, it's hard to put this script in the. I'm gonna ask you to go to the home page and ask for the script to link with unless you can take a screenshot. Is it going to work? See, I just can't paste it into YouTube. Let me see if it matters down here. Yeah. So what I would do is I would go to our home page and ask for the instructions on how to link to Thinkorswim TD. Okay. Let me give you the home page link. And just literally say, can I have the script to link to Thinkorswim? Yeah, when you click on that, you'll see a little pop-up. It should, for a Q&A or questions. And they just literally just say, hey, how do I link to Thinkorswim? Well, it's not a link, Ari. It's right above you, right where you. This is it. It's not a link. Well, it's just a text, okay? So you can copy it if you want, but it's not a link so much. It's just a Word document, okay? So before you exit the room, maybe just take a screenshot or something, or copy. Okay? The other thing you could do if you don't want to do that is just go to the home page and start a live chat and say, hey, can I have the script? He'll just give you that. Well, script, the instructions. Yeah, the instructions for linking with TD, yes. Yeah, so Isaac, this is what I would do. You play around with the program on the weekend, all right? And if you click on the toolbar, if you want, you can create a little layout for yourself. If at the very least, all you did was click on New from the toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is the window that will pop up. If that's all you want to watch, say Monday, then you know this would be blank starting Monday. And then you just can watch the alerts as they come in. If you, okay, now you could save. Now you would have to save it. You know, you can create your own layout to begin with. File, save, or share to cloud. And you know, and give it. You know, if you only have this in, that's fine. But you might want to put some charts. Maybe there's something that else you want to add to your layout. Once you do that, you click on entire layout and give it a name. Call it Isaac's layout, and save it. Also, then you don't have to load this every morning. It'll just be part of your layout. Also, this will save it to your computer file. If you say exit or click on exit and just say save layout, say yes. then it's going to save that layout that you just created. It'll save that layout. And then when you load trade ideas Monday morning or on the weekend, play around with it, it'll bring back that layout. Okay? I'm glad you're pumped. Yeah, I don't know if what you're talking about is. Okay, you're not talking about that then. Okay. Questions, questions, questions. Have I answered? Have I missed any questions? You know, I saw this one early. I saw this one in the pre-market. Aren't these the guys that say, well, just shine a ultraviolet light on you and that'll get rid of the virus? I'm not sure. I can't remember anymore. So many of these AUVI. Something's happening. I know I saw this one in the pre-market. It had moved, you know, a little bit of a move. But look at it now, AUVI. When you, well, I don't often swing trade. So, you're talking to the wrong person. It's a little scary to swing because we really don't know what's going to happen over the weekend. You know, with the election issue, we don't really know. We think we know, but we don't really know. That's why it'll be interesting to see Steve, who is the one who most of the time generates the trade of the week, to see if he actually has a trade of the week for next week, which you can subscribe to. How? Stocks I like window, not the channel. When I add a stock by clicking on that I can't answer, Gypsy Trader. I don't know why that would be happening. I haven't even really talked about the stocks I like. Clicking on the heart symbol, how it goes into that symbol list. If it didn't show up to today, you sure you didn't have some filters? When you say it didn't show up, where are you looking? Also, I just traded it and a new service combo. No. You're talking, well, we did have a little partnership with Benzinga, where they would offer, I don't even know if we still have it, a discount off their service. But it wasn't that big a discount. I haven't even talked about it in probably a year. But are you talking about from the channel bar? Okay, you're going to have to watch this video. Tech, watch the video. Okay, it covers everything about connecting brokerage. You're talking, you have an Interactive Brokers account? Remember now, Brokerage Plus, no, no, okay, Brokerage Plus only works with Interactive Brokers right now. Okay? It only works with Interactive Brokers right now. So you cannot use this to trade your Thinkorswim account. All right, let me see if I can. I don't know if I. Yeah, it's coming though. I mean, and it's coming sooner than we've talked about this for a long time. Linking, having Brokerage Plus, working with TDA, it is definitely it's past. Okay, we're really looking at it. I mean, it's being tested now by some people within Trade Ideas who have TDA accounts and this linking, the connection. Okay, now I'm not. It's you almost guarantee it won't be ready for the test drive, but it's I would say the first, hopefully, by the end of the year, and then you'll be able to use Brokerage Plus to trade your TDA account. But we can't, we're just testing it now with a live account, making sure there are no bugs. Does IB support early market open? Well, IB, I mean, you can start trading at 4 in the morning Eastern time with IB. We don't get our data till 7. All right, let me just see if I can figure this out. What you're talking about, Gypsy Trader. We get our data starting at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Interactive Brokers, you can start trading with them at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Stocks I like. Okay. Okay, so you're talking about my like symbols? No. No, I don't think we need an extra tester, but want to keep it definitely in-house. Where are you, Gypsy Trader? Where are you? Tech support? Ah, tech support. Okay. Okay, so you took my liked. You took this one. Okay. Now do I know? Okay. Now you're 100% sure. I want to see. I want to see how quickly it does add. I have no filters in here. I don't think. Also, so you have no filters. Also, how many do you have? Well, let me just click on one. Let's see. It won't be immediate. No, there's no default. No default criteria. I mean, you don't have to have any default criteria. Okay, so it just added it. Usually, I mean, top list windows get updated every 30 seconds. So you saw what I did. I did exactly what you told me to do. Took my like symbols, I pinned it, I hearted LMNL, and it just showed up. Now, how many symbols do you have in your list, do you think? I can do another one. How many symbols do you have, do you think? Oh, less than 10. Okay, well, that defeats that one. because yeah, I mean, if you go to the time frame and set record count, I've got here. Wow, it's two. So that was a default 200. So you only have 10. Well, there is a. I mean, we recommend there. So see, it just showed up. So make sure, just in case, you didn't accidentally change it to something less than 10. I mean, you may. I don't know if you did that, but you see, so I'm not sure how I can help you because I'm demonstrating in real time. HBI, just hearted that one, and HBI should show up. It won't show up, right off the bat because it takes, these topless windows take about 10 seconds to 10 seconds, 30 seconds to update. That's the whole idea of a topless window. And it doesn't have to be during market hours, no. There we go. So HBI just showed up. Okay, do me a favor. Now, it'll be your like, but that shouldn't matter. I should be able to. If you can pop the. Now, you gave it 30 seconds, right? Pop your link in if you can, and I'll load yours. I know it'll be your symbol list, but so it won't show anything. But I want to see if there's something wrong. So if you can, you know how to do that, right? Just paste it in here. Your cloud link, and I'll load it and I'll see from my end. It shouldn't matter that they're not doing anything though. Okay, give me one that you. Okay, grill. You said grill as an example. And it shouldn't matter that they're not doing anything. I mean, because it's not based on it. It's not based on whether they're moving or not. It's just, and there's volume. So I mean, it is a symbol. There. Phew. So it just showed up. It just showed up. So I don't know if you've got something corrupted or you're sure. How about your server sort, just for fun? What is it sorted on? Is it volume today percent? Did you change the server sort or do something? I'll show you, yeah. The search bar, sure. So it's all the default settings. Okay, again, do me a favor and paste the link in here and I'll load it and I'll do it from my end. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, you can see that I added grill and no issue whatsoever. That's baffling to me. If you just took it from the channel bar, just like I did, I made no changes and it's loading for me. The only thing I can think of is, do it again. Maybe it got corrupted somehow. I have no idea. Exit out and then go back to the channel bar, load it again. You don't have to worry. I mean, all your symbols will be in your symbol list, and load it again and see maybe there's something for some reason. I remember a few years ago. I haven't had one in a long time, but tearing my hair out, trying to figure out there was something wrong, and it was just literally a corrupted scanner window. So because I was talking to them and they couldn't figure it out. They said, you know what, just, okay, let me load yours. The search bar, so you just right click, configure, search. You're talking about that search bar? No. Okay. Well, that's an alert window. Okay, I thought you said it was at the top list, but that's okay. So you got a ton of filters in here. I thought you said that's on a top list window. So what you just gave me, look, I mean, I'm not saying that a stock couldn't meet one of these, but these are all alerts. I mean, a million of them, but okay. I liked. I mean, so man, you're right. I mean, I could, grill is not going to show up unless it met one of these filters requirements. Oh, I see. Okay, so left click left click on the chart, and then just start typing. This box should pop up. The change symbol box should pop up. But this is an alert window for sure. Okay, it's not a top list. So I can load it again. So tech, did you get that? Left click on left click. So you see HBI just showed up. Remember I added HBI, ONCT showed up because it met one of these filter or one of the alerts. It got alerted. It's possible grill will show up if it, what you gave me was an alert window with a whole bunch of alerts. How do you access it? You just okay, so you might have to hit your space bar. Okay, that's the other thing. That's why I was saying most, like 99.9% of the time, you'll left click on the window, you start to type, the change symbol box will pop up. If it's not, left click on the window and hit your space bar, and hopefully that pops up. If that doesn't happen, I can't help you. I don't know why it wouldn't be popping up. You might have to go to a tech support. Ah, good. All right. Well, if you create to access your Gypsy Trader, so to access your symbol list, you just right click, right click. Yeah, configure and then symbol list. Okay, and then only the following lists. And then if you've hearted something, then this my light will have been created. And then you just find it and just attach it to the top list window or the alert window that you want to monitor your symbol list with. The grill just showed up. Okay, because because right now it just made a new 60-minute low. So what you must have done, well, not this. Well, you can create a new window and yeah, and go to the configure and then attach it. I mean, if you have your mic, or you can go here. I mean, let me just go back to the my liked stocks I like. Okay, so what you see, I thought you said the top list window. Okay, what you have is my like stream. You can use this. I mean, you can use this, but I'm not sure. You have to, like, I can't tell you how you want to monitor your symbol list. Do you want to see when stocks make a new high, when they're a certain percentage up, a certain volume. You know, you see what I'm saying? You would create your own. I mean, you can use this, but man, oh man, there are a lot of filters in here. I mean, look at all the, not filters, but there are a lot of alerts in here. Well, just think of it like this. So, I mean, you could use this. Maybe you want to uncheck a lot of them if you don't care. If all you care about is a stock making a new high or a new low and pre-market, then you could use this and you could go through and uncheck. What you might want to do is just start from scratch. So just think of a top list and a symbol list like this. A top list window. Imagine if you just said, I just want to see the stocks that are up the most for today. I don't care if they're making new highs. You know, a stock that is up the most for the day could be actually sinking, but it's, you know, it's still up the most. So that's what a top list window would do, you know. And the beauty of a top list window is you can sort on all these different columns. So if I wanted to see the stocks, let me pin this. I'll pin this. So that's the beauty of a top list window. You can sort on all these different columns. So if I wanted to just sort on stock, and you have to, you know, I can't tell you what columns to use, but I mean right here, if I said, well, I want to see the stocks that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes. So I've sorted in that column because you can just kind of see it's depressed. In fact, I'm sorry, now it is. Okay, so these are the stocks that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes. If I sort on this column, this is showing me the stocks in my symbol list, in my liked, the ones that have moved the most from the close. If I sort on this, highest relative volume, you know, so you can put as many columns here as you want and sort on the various columns. So it's giving you a different look every time. So this will get updated every 30 seconds. So that's what a top list window is for. Just showing you, showing me the stocks that are up the most for the day. Whereas an alert window, it's giving me a real time if these filters are met, if the price is between 1 and 20, the relative volume is 4, so it's trading 4 times as much as it normally would trade. If the volume is at least 400,000 shares, if it's up or down at least 4%, okay? If all these filters, I won't talk about the other ones, but if all these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I will get a real-time alert. I mean, that's very different, from showing me stocks that are up the most for the day. A stock that is up the most for the day could be moving down, right? I mean, it could still be the one that's up the most for the day, but it could be actually starting to move down, but it's still up a lot. Okay? Well, SNDL is not a. All you have to do is create the price range. SNDL is not a. I mean, you call it a penny stock. I understand what you're. Well, it is a penny stock. Man, oh man, yeah, this one was way high up here. It's just then you'd have to put a. I mean, if you just wanted to see penny stocks, like stocks that are under $1, you could take this, okay, and you would just change the. You would just change the price range, 10 cents to $1 or something, okay? If that's all you wanted to look at. Same name, no, same name. I'm going to keep the same symbol list name. So, I mean, it's just a matter of, you can create any price range you want. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting pumped to help everybody in the next. Position and range, it means where is it? We have a lot of different position and ranges. Actually, this is, let me show you one here. All right, so you notice I've got, this is this is sort of the graphical presentation. So this is telling me the position in the 5-day range is at the top of the 5-day range. I mean, look at cron. Look at the last, 5 days. Now, obviously, it's at the top. Okay, you look at 5 days. It's at the top of the 20 days. If I go back 20 days, it's at the top. So that, if I look at the year range, it's not at the top. There's still some white over here. It is at the top of the 3-month range. There's no white right there. So that's how the position and ranges work. One of the things I like to do is I like to see stocks that are, at the high of the day, day's high. You can use that. So we have a lot of position and range filters. Very powerful. So position in the 5-minute range. You want to see stocks that are right at the high, of the 5-minute. You would add the filter and you would you put 100%. So that would mean a stock is right at the high of the 5-minute. I'm sorry, right here, position in 5-minute range. So we have all sorts of different ranges. This is the position in the days range. If you wanted to see stocks that were not quite at the high of the day, but just, between 90% and 95%, so they're not quite at the high of the day, but they're approaching, you could do something like this. So very powerful. All right, everybody. I don't see any more questions. Okay. Well, have a good weekend, everybody. Who knows what's going to happen over this weekend, but have a great weekend. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope to see a lot of you there. Bye-bye.